Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban.
It's time! Division 2 Western European DPC League first game in Division 2 here in 2022 with none other than Team Bolt Reborn and into the Breach 1 best of 3 game 1 draft live right now. We got ourselves Team Bolt Reborn on the Radiant side with second pick going the way of Into the Breach, who had priority by the way. I'm here with Jenkins and Tigov, and we're all very curious to see what these two teams are going to draft for each other. And we don't need to wait very long to see what that is, because I believe we are already in it. We are.
Dire team pick.
All right, let's see. So we have got the Odie and the Spearbreaker band on the side of Team Bolt Reborn, IO and Queen of Pain band on Into the Breach. Leaves Weaver as a first phase pickup for Team Bolt Reborn.
Yeah, the IO ban in particular just does not surprise me. I think in this entire series, we're going to see this first phase banned against whichever team has first pick. Both of these teams have wins with IO, and both of these teams look extremely good playing with that hero too.
Ooh, okay. Mixed Death Prophet opening used to be an old opening when DP was running offlane. And I think Kezu has been trying some offlane Death Prophet in his pubs at least. And I believe in China as well. I believe maybe it was RNG. Maybe I'm wrong there. But they also ran it as well, offlane DP. So this type of opening could easily be DP mid, DP offlane, but because of that Nyx Assassin, a defensive style of 4 where you have double stun through Carapace or Impale, you can unlock most offlaners, be it range to play. So could potentially be an offlane DP that we've not seen.
Yeah, I really like Nyx Flesh is another kind of similar opening where it's not exactly obvious how these heroes complement each other, but it's more like Nyx does all of the things that Death Prophet doesn't want to do, and Death Prophet does all the things that Nyx doesn't want to do. Like, Nyx can't push towers, he can't deal with creep waves, Death Prophet deals with both of those things. Like, if you go through a list of just what Nyx does as a hero, and what he doesn't do, whatever he doesn't do, Death Prophet does. Same with Lesh. There's a few other heroes that are like that. So it is, yeah, it's a very strong opener.
Nice response though from Team Bolt with the Pangolier. When Radix couldn't play in the first week, Zip Zapper stood in and he played the Pangolier. The team played around it beautifully. Radix as well as a very strong Pangolier player. It's anti-aggression. You can push out waves quite nicely, but when DP, like for example we saw in that previous series, DK wants to hit towers. When DP wants to do it, you just bring this one hero that prevents that push with like a big ultimate, be it Rolling Thunder. It can offset the team's ability to actually take these earlier fights and open up, Gorg to hit these creeps. Like Jenkins was mentioned earlier, the idea that every game that Bald's played, Gorg's like that stable farm.
He's stable, dude.
Like he's having his game, right? Like,
yeah, he is.
Even if they lose, be it because of some weird mid-game thing, whatever. Like he's always within at least the top 3, top 4 of the net worth to give his team that ability to play. So yeah, I think I enjoy seeing heroes that are very disruptive to open up that pocket of farm.
See where the bans coming out. PA ban. Lots of carries. I feel like carry is currently the biggest hero pool. Like Gork, I've noticed, has played only 1 or 2 heroes twice throughout all of their games. He's playing a ton of different heroes. He's on PA, he's on Wraith King. He's just on something random in every single game, which I guess speaks to just the comfort of being able to play that many heroes. But I also feel like the carry role in general is, there's a lot of decent heroes, but there's not much that's really busted from the carry position.
It's the TI effect, right? When Yatari whips out
that's true.
13 heroes, sure. Whatever it was, everyone's like, oh, I can do that too.
Yeah, the meta's definitely still kind of following that. It usually does until the next TI, honestly.
Razor still getting banned. It was actually one of the heroes that Gork played twice.
Dano Grim.
And they pick up the Grimstroke.
Yeah, they needed an answer to the Pangolier. And naturally in this position, we saw Team Nigma do this in their draft. You pick up, Nyx plus core into then just a cheeky little 5 position. You don't reveal a lot. Of course, you're showing every role, but it's just stable picks right now. For Into the Breach, they're going to be able to now take these earlier tower objectives because if Grim gets that 6 around maybe minute 9 in a good game, minute 10, you're going to be able to link up that Pangolier, prevent the Rolling Thunder. You're going to be able to play a decent game. And it's very skirmish orientated. They're going to, every time DP has ultimate, they're going to want to look for that fight. And
Yeah.
Tanner in the interview, he did mention the carry player wants to be active, wants to be aggressive, and these are the heroes to play around that style of carry too.
Yeah, some like Ursa type hero to just go in and be really active. I do think that if you're into the breach, you're probably looking for a better bubble target or the Grimstroke Inkswell than just the Nyx Assassin. Nyx is decent for like the early stages in the game, but it's really nice having a core that you can throw that on. It's not bad with Death Prophet. Because, of course, the move speed that she has, but you want a little bit extra.
Okay, so they go for the line, which is a classic counter to Nyx Assassin. You have the Hex, which, of course, if you Hex a Nyx and he gets Carapace, you're not going to get stunned yourself. You're going to have to lock him down, then layer it with the Impale. So it's very good for that matchup. But in the game, it can be a hero that falls quite quickly to being ran at, especially heroes like Weaver and Lion. They both, if they don't have that laning phase entry.
Dude, what is Tanner's camera angle? Why put it down there?
And it's the blurred, the blurred background too. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, LeBron's got it nice and clean.
Yeah. Okay, so potentially carry pick needs to come out at some point.
No, they go for the mid first, so that will be Excalibur's hero there and the Void Spirit. Of course, they can still swap it about, making the Weaver a carry. Is that something you'd like to see happen, or would you rather see Weaver as a support?
I would like to see it support just because of the lane of Nyx DP. Weaver naturally wants to be more aggressive, but if you're securing into a Nyx with some Carapace or some DP silence, you're suddenly out of position. You could die there. And now with a Kunkka as well, you don't really have the damage to kill him off if you're a carry, I don't think, until you've got 4 or 5 items.
I was going to say, like, I think this is a great carry Kunkka game. You're going to do really well in lane versus both Weaver and Pango. Heroes that can't really deal with the Tidebringer that well. It's a hero that Grimstroke can put the bubble on and get some kills. And also they said in the interview they want to pick Coma these early game heroes, so I feel like it makes sense.
With Into the Breach, I feel like this is just keeping it open. Atlantic loves to Kunkka. You see the Void Spirit.
That's true, yeah.
So for me, it feels like Nyx DP is your off lane, and Grim's your 5, Kunkka is your carry or mid.
They can wait and get like a carry counter pick here too, or mid if it's good.
Exactly, that's like the beauty of this Kunkka pick for sure. And Team Board, like, they are so skirmishy with their heroes. You know, Pangolier, when he gets like a Blink Dagger, Void Spirit with, you know, one item, they're going to want to look for these constant fights, these constant goes. So if Into the Breach, they just identify this and pick one more defensive style of hero that can just lock down an engagement in one area, it can be quite difficult for Team Board to take this fight. But Team Board are so good at, like, playing loosely, you know, it's hard to describe, but like they just play for themselves, but it syncs up so well to beat some of these less concise teams.
5 seconds remaining.
I like the Lifestealer bannings. I feel like Gork's the one guy that'll play that on this patch. It's a decent game for it too. All of this like magic bullshit being thrown around, you just press rage. I guess if you're thinking along those lines, then like Jug might be a decent ban too. But once again, like, I do think it's probably just a Gork targeted thing. One of his favorite heroes. So they need a carry pick still. Wraith King still in the pool.
Is Medusa available? Some like over-the-top farmer that just
I'm just wondering what with the PL and like troll bans, like what matchup are they banning for? Deuce's definitely PL's good against that hero, so maybe you are right.
Luna is still in the pool as well as a hero that both Coma and Gork have played.
10 seconds remaining.
Drow as well could be an option for Team Board, but that's pretty risky because you have
Drow Lions.
It sounds.
Isn't Terrorblade considered to be a hero that PL is good against as well?
So say again, sorry?
Terrorblade?
Yeah, that's a hard counter. That's like the hardest. That's like the carry counter. Okay, yeah, they ban it. Good call. Yeah. So Gork hero left, or the Gork heroes that are left. There's plenty actually.
Actually, I like Medusa. I like a nice little cheeky.
Well,
Medusa and Wraith King also still in the pool.
I feel like with Wraith King, they may pick it just for comfort. But I do feel like you're taking these long fights against like Kunkka Bode and Death Prophet ulti. Like the Wraith King respawning you is not really all that good. But I still think like, I feel like Team Bald just, especially with 5 seconds left, like they pick just for comfort, whatever they feel like.
In the final second.
If you're Luna.
They go with the Luna.
Okay.
Let's do this!
Strong laner. Yeah, that's nice. Really good. They get to play around it. And when Voice Spirit Pango get their one item, if Luna has a good lane, naturally buys that B can be quite early. You can offset, you know, these pesky little Into Breach heroes that want to try and find these cheaper fights.
You can burst the Death Prophet too and Kunkka before boat with the Luna ult early. It's like, I know people
5
wait
seconds remaining.
quite long before they get the Eclipse these days, but still, like that, there's a window where you can definitely burst DP or Kunkka in a stun. And also, Luna's one of the heroes that empowers Lion to be a really strong laner, because he has these like long-range right clicks, and you can't trade with him because he just stuns you and then walks away. And giving him that Luna aura is something he like desperately needs just to actually pack a punch when he right clicks.
Yeah, the question for Into Breach now is how they kind of unpack this, because even though Luna's pretty good here for lane, the game is still kind of hard for the idea that Kunkka would naturally be quite tanky very quickly. And they have this wave clear with Grimstroke, so they go for an Ursa.
They go here.
Fighting hero.
Yeah, mid Kunkka, carry Ursa. You're going to do really well as Ursa in this lane against a Pangolier, certainly.
But this lane from Team Ball is actually pretty good against Ursa.
Well, actually...
Lion Pango is pretty okay, because Lion naturally was the counter. Like, when you used to see, like, Tide Centaurs being picked...
Oh, they are doing Lion Pango, you're right.
Yes, Lion Pango. So, like, you're going to have the Earthquake and the Hex to deal with Ursa in lane. Pangolier, if that goes on, you still have Swap.
Yeah, I like that. I like that better than the Weaver, honestly.
Good lane.
I think the stun to... Yeah, it's going to be hard for Koma to get on top of Verjeeks in this lane. And also, like, he can just swashbuckle away with the Lion stun. Like, it's tough.
It's beautiful. We had the interview beforehand, Rajic saying that Into the Breach offlane was weak. This is kind of the story of the offlanes for me, where Nyx DP, you want to see them do well in their lane, take some towers. You want to see Pangolier Lion punish the Ursa, don't give him those early kills, force him to the jungle, and that will then shift, like, how do you defend towers, how do you take towers? So the offlanes are actually really important for both of these teams to start their entry to the game.
Do we have a clear favorite then in the offlanes, or are we just wanting to wait until it plays out?
I like Bald's lineup just because I feel like it's just them. It's just the stuff that they do all the time, and I think that they were favored to win this without a stand on Into the Breach, and they've got a comfort draft.
Yeah.
So it just feels like it's going to go exactly how we anticipated, but I'm totally open to being proven wrong about that.
I would love to be surprised. We're going to find out who is the better offlaner in this first game, as that is what it is all about according to my panel. Let's see how it goes together with ODPixel and Synderen.
Thank you very much, GBS. Game 1 ready to rock and roll here between Team Bold and Into the Breach. Synderen, what are you ready to see from these two teams? And did you sort of agree that the focus on the offlane is going to be pretty big from both of these setups?
Yeah, I think so. I would say for the most part in a game like this, Ursa should be doing fine. Probably better than the Luna in the respective safe lane, right? So that's also about how the other off lane will fare. But more than anything, I'm just looking at two lineups that really want to fight a lot. I just think this mid game is going to be very explosive. Both teams have tons of stuns. They have very low cooldown abilities that they want to fight around for the most part. The little odd one out there is, of course, the Death Prophet played by Symmetrical here for Into the Breach. But yeah, I think it's going to be high tempo, and it's going to be chaotic. And that's, to me, that's good for Team Bald. I think the games we've seen from them so far this season, they are not shying away from fights. And they are definitely picking in a way that enables them to play like that. So should be good stuff. Want to quickly mention maybe, like the panel was talking about, putting the Weaver on 5 instead of 4 here. I think it's very good. Weaver benefits a lot from laning with Luna. You know, you get that extra damage from the Lunar Blessing. It helps you a lot with amplifying together with the Swarm. Like, the damage just becomes overwhelming really quickly. And you, more than anything, you need the Lion to protect the Pango in lane. Yeah. So if he's laning against Ursa, that's going to be miserable. But he might not even do that. He might be laning... Is Ursa safe lane or mid? They could choose here.
No, they're going to be sending him a safe lane, surely, with these starting.
Technically, you could have put the Ursa mid as well, right, against Void Spirit, and then you could have put Kunkka safe lane. But I think it's probably better to just put the Ursa safe.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, sure. I think Kunkka having that bit of beef, you know, he can at least deal with a bit of the harassment that Excalibur's going to be kicking out in the matchup a bit better.
Yeah, you get more value out of Kunkka mid because he's better at farming the side camp, right? So if you're just breaking even mid, Kunkka will always go and take that extra camp. Ursa can't really do that to the same extent. So if you want to do that trade, it's specifically because you want higher levels on your Ursa, or because the matchup in the safe lane's too bad for him and Kunkka stays better afloat there, but it's totally fine here. Actually, they are throwing a curveball. It is just going to be Weaver 4. I was so happy to see them putting the Lion up here, but they've decided to play him bottom with Luna. I think that's good for Into the Breach. I think these lanes are actually weaker than if Team Bald had placed them the other way around.
I mean, of course, you can get a lot of value, right, playing the Weaver up on this top lane in terms of the courier sniping. So we'll see if like is able to set up for that. That's one thing that's really nice playing on this top side. Much easier to have that whole strip of the top lane to get in behind the tower and take the couriers down.
But the downside is, I think Rajic has to be very, very careful with how he uses Swashbuckle now. because there's no defensive line. If Ursa gets on top of him, he's dead. And you can choose as LeBron in this lane with Grimstroke against these two heroes. You can actually opt for going for the silence really early. You can get Phantom's Embrace even on level 2. And then if Ursa goes for, let's say, Overpower on level 2, or maybe goes 1-1-1 build on level 3, you have total kill potential in both of these heroes who don't have the best base attack time to get rid of the Ghost that quickly. So definitely something that we could be looking out for here for Into the Breach. They get the level 2s.
What's he got?
He does skill Overpower. We'll go for the Ink Swell for now, though, on LeBron. I feel like it's going to be a bit hard to use for now. Obviously, both heroes from Team Bald relatively good at escaping Ink Swell, right? You've got both Swashbucklers with Shikuchi, so...
Oh, here we go as well. Getting that setup done behind the tower, so he's going to keep his eyes on the deliveries and see if he can get those snipes to make that laning stage a little tougher for the Ursa.
Oh, I'm keeping my eyes here on the bottom lane as well. So obviously Death Prophet position 3, not something that's been overly popular at all, but it is one of the heroes that I think Symmetrical in particular likes playing quite a lot. This hero has some very bad matchups, I would say, in the side lanes. Oh, actually going to get gone on here, but is turning it back right around onto Gorg, who has no regen left. There's a salve on the line, though, so we'll keep him up just fine.
Yeah, and he's done pretty well down there.
But yeah, DP usually prefers playing against, let's say, a variety of melee carries, right? You have the range advantage. If they try to go on you, you know you keep that Siphon on the whole time. But against Luna, you're also pretty okay. It's a short range carry. Keeping the leash going is relatively easy. You're playing with a stun in your lane. And more than anything, Death Prophet really just wants to get some farm in the beginning. You want to get maybe 2 Nulls Phase Boots, or something to that effect. Maybe 2 Nulls Boots into straight Yules in a game like this could be interesting. I don't see this bottom lane of Team Bald pressuring him that much, but so far they've done a very good job on the last hit department. Gorg 15-3 against 8-1.
Yeah, he's going to be very
definitely performing better down here than I thought they would in this respective lane matchup. Maybe some good combo denying between the ranged heroes. That's always something that you've got going for you when you're playing with Luna, right? Is that aura, if you coordinate your last hitting very well, denies can be very effective. How many denies do they have combined? They only have 4. It's not even that many, but...
definitely a couple of range creeps in there, though, as we saw down bottom. I mean, do you think this lane would have been going as good as it was if it was the Weaver with the Luna instead of the Lion, or this has actually worked out best for them?
I think so.
Yeah,
I think it would have been completely fine at least, but the bigger thing for me with putting the Lion top would be to protect Radix, but he has 13 CS. He's actually doing as well as Ursa, if not slightly better. So if this is the outcome they're going to get, like literally no problem whatsoever. Radix is having a great time. Level 3.5. The enemy 2 heroes in the lanes have yet to crack level 3. They have the Weaver Urn unlocked. Oh, Pablo first blood.
Oh, yeah. So they'll get him with the Crypt Swarm, Fairy Fire. Not quite enough to save Pablo.
And that's the thing you set up for down here, right? If Lion has used his stuns, he's just a very easy target. If it's a Weaver there, the Into the Breach lane can't really kill Weaver for the most part. Shikuchi is just exceptionally good against Death Prophet, right? You just get away. All you have to deal with is one Nyx stun, but they get as much out of that as they could. It's very nice for them to get that first blood, of course, in a losing lane at the time. I believe now the Death Prophet should be equalizing with Luna pretty much. Playing aggressively here.
Yeah, he's kind of stuck in the trees. He's trying to find a way out. Let's see if he's able to do so.
Oh, that's big.
That final right click will take him down, Gorg. Not able to escape the 2 of them there. Tanner and Symmetrical chasing him into the trees, and Gorg just didn't have a route back to safety.
And now we're closing in on all 3 Dire cores being top of the net worth chart, because you would imagine Ursa starts picking this up a little bit more as he's getting levels in this top lane. So yeah, it's looking very good for Into the Breach. Of course, one lane we haven't really talked about in the mid lane. You've got a Xantic just playing Kunkka. I would say his best hero. He's level 30 on that in Dota Plus. I don't remember how many games you needed that in pubs. Probably like 500 maybe, depending on your win rate. Maybe it's even more. He plays this hero a lot. He's very, very comfortable. Has a good matchup here. And he will know how to maximize this, so no surprise. I think Excalibur's doing a great job, though, equalizing at minute 5. They have the same net worth. But over time here, Kunkka now, especially hitting level 5, the harassment just becomes really nasty to deal with. Low cooldown, you just keep Tidebringering off the range creep. keeping Excalibur at bay here as much as he can.
Do you imagine when the sort of 6 is online for Excalibur, one of these side lanes easy for him to make a move in too early?
Ideally, you want to make a move together with a Lion, right? That's the one good setup that you have. But I don't know how interested he will be in going by.
Are fortified.
LeBron. He's got an Inkswell Coma.
Coma trying to keep LeBron covered and maybe try for the setup turnaround. He's going to look towards the Pango. LeBron will tick out to the Bugs. And Radix, he's going to be more than fine. Coma not quite enough damage to take him out.
At Xantic, he just soloed Excalibur.
But he did see it, yeah, exactly happening at the same time, the move being made on the mid lane. I believe, yeah, both hit the 6s, and Xantic was able to set up the combo and catch out Excalibur.
This is one of the major upsides to Void Spirit, in my opinion, in this lane. If you can equalize on farm, you shouldn't really die, right? You have 2 abilities that enable you to disengage from the Kunkka. I'm assuming Excalibur had already used his Dissimulate and just got caught in the full combo and couldn't disengage. But, you know, later in the game, Kunkka, you generally don't really want to open on Void Spirit under any circumstances, right? It's just always going to dissimulate your entire combo and it's going to fail.
Oh, top lane, we see that setup, as you said, into Breach have, allowing them to take down the Pango, but it's a full commitment from the Ursa. It cost him his life, and also LeBron. You know, Ixon picking up some action, picking up some earn charges on this top lane. That's going to be a huge boost of XP there for him off the back of that cleanup, pushing him onto what will be quite a quick level 6 this game. So this Weaver's going to be pretty annoying for Into the Breach.
Yeah, for sure. I'm still surprised this top lane is going this way. I just feel like on paper, you don't win that as Radiant. But they're doing a really great job. Good ghost ship. They're trying again. Well, that time Excalibur had his spells ready, and that combo just did nothing. But he still... I mean, he can tip him all he wants. He's kind of getting destroyed. So, I mean, it's... Oh, bottom lane, that's a dead Nyx. Go a little bit too far. Maybe not. Wow.
You spoke too early, Sid.
Yeah.
And now, I think Pablo... Oh, no, he was
told you he was dead.
You saw the future.
Yeah.
But they will lose Pablo for it in return. So Symmetrical, he'll be fine with that. Picks up a bit of a solo XP kill in return. See, Ixon, he's nearly killing off Coma in the jungle here. I mean, Coma's falling very low to the urn charge. I think he's just straight up dead, isn't he, if Ixon can find him. He's going to... Whoa, okay. All right. He says, I can get back in and take this one. He jumps back in on minuscule HP and gets the kill there with the help of LeBron.
Yeah, unfortunately for Coma there, the kill does go on the Grimstroke. I think you really want this one on the Ursa just because the lane didn't go as expected.
Ooh, bounty!
But most importantly, they get the kill in general. And Weaver's out of earn charges, and that's... It might not sound that important, but a lot of the kills that happen in this top lane and top area, really the earn is the deciding factor for pushing them just over the edge. So now that you don't have that available, the next fight here could be favored Into the Breach. They might go for the silence here onto Radix. Reacts in time.
Where did you come from?
I told you.
Just enough damage.
I thought it... Wait, did he swashbuckle the wave right before they went on him?
Wait, what do you mean? No, he swashbuckled into the trees.
Oh, he swashbuckled into the trees.
Tried to roll away, but hit for him before the roll was there.
He swashed while it was midair. Yeah. Got it. Yeah, okay. All right. I don't know, for some reason that didn't register with me. I'm very old.
It's early.
Yeah. Oh, bottom lane, lots of action here.
Yeah, go.
That's a good move.
He's trying his best to juke his way through the trees, and Xantic's chasing him down with a double damage. Gore turns with a elusive beam, and Xantic's under the tower chasing him. He'll get the kill. Back on the back line, she's got Radix chasing over the wards. Symmetrical, but the siphon is up, and with the ghost out, Radix is in trouble. Symmetrical's going to be able to survive, turn it around, and they're not done yet into the breach. They're looking for Pablo deep behind the tower. Into the trees they go, and Xantic cuts down another with a double damage.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Team Ball just didn't have enough in the tank, and I think the one hero that they really would have liked to be there, Excalibur, just never showed up. I guess he had cooldown on TP.
Did he?
If he didn't, I'm just surprised he didn't TP, right? This fight happened close to the bottom tier 1 tower. You're clearly trying to take the fight with your team, so if there was a call to not fight there, then I get it. But they were fighting, so
yeah, maybe
then nobody was listening to the call. Like, either way, it wasn't good. You need your Void Spirit involved in these fights. You see multiple heroes in the Dire were actually really low, especially DP almost got killed off by Radix, but that's the beauty of DP is you can be as low health as you want. If you don't get pushed over the edge, DP has such insane damage output, and always, you know, you can... I like to call it an equilibrium here, you know? It just keeps you guessing. You're like trying to stay in that health range where you stay alive, but also the enemy team is kind of tempted to go on you at the same time.
Yeah.
And he got the max value out of that and got the tower. So very nice for Into the Breach here. Now, Ads, I was wondering if he was going to go for this, and he is.
I like it.
Orchid first.
This is very nice, right?
It's a great Orchid game. It's good against the entire enemy team except Luna, I would say. Even against Luna, it's okay. Regix is going to roll away top. He just got scared of getting killed here. With this Orchid, Ads can suddenly start looking to, you know, not necessarily solo kill Void Spirit, but pretty close with +1. He's actually going to go for this here.
I mean, he's used to Simulate. And they'll get the setup into the Soulbind. Phantom's Embrace down, but Xantic hasn't really got much more to offer than a few right clicks, so won't commit. A little too close to the tower and aware that Team Bold could come in with backup. So focus on finishing off his Orchid, which he's going to have with this very, very quick timing. And of course, at a point where there's nowhere close to any sort of item being there that's going to help anyone this game against that silence.
It looks like Excalibur might not even be anticipating that this is a build that is going to come out from Ads. He's not going for the Euls and Void Spirit that you would usually see as a solution to this. He's going Sanj Kaya here, so that means for the foreseeable future, Ads has a really, really good setup on this Void Spirit. Like, you can imagine Kunkka plus any hero on Into the Breach can kill Excalibur at any given point. And when you're playing a hero that's so illusion-driven as this hero is, that's quite intimidating. Similar problem for Weaver, similar problem for Pango. So.
Oh, there we go in the mid.
Yeah.
We've got the setup. Do they have damage? They certainly do. Perfectly weighted out with the time.
Nice and easy.
And that time round, that was even with the bow. So they've got more to throw into that combo next time. It's not going to be easy for Excalibur when Xantic's on the hunt.
Regix will escape for the time being here. And the Bug's obviously giving a lot of intel about the exact placement of Into the Breach's heroes, so they're probably just going to settle here and keep up the pressure for the top tower. It is pretty intimidating being Team Bald fighting into this. You need a good Pango roll, I feel, to take this team fight, and you really don't want to just give up this tower for free.
Yeah.
Exorcism is running out. They might just call it. Go back in a second. Good damage.
I mean, from the side, Ixon is trying to scout things out for the river.
Oh, Excalibur!
He comes in, he's immediately been silenced. Soulbind's back up as well as the torrent of the bow. Excalibur just dies immediately.
All right, that's just flat out. I feel like the word naive is really good for that. That was crazy. He TP'd straight next to the Orchid. I don't know if he's like disrespecting and not expecting that Ads is going to pull that off, or maybe he was like, oh, even if I get Orchid, I can back off and we can get in Pango, but Soulbound together with the Pangolier, and that play just didn't exist anymore.
Yeah.
It made that very, very easy for Into the Breach. And I don't mind that he wants to fight and try to defend the tower, but you can't TP offensively as Void Spirit on top of a Kunkka with Orchid, right?
You're just going to die.
TP on the back lines, let Pango start it, or even let your Lion start it, right? Get in with an Earth Spike or a Hex, and then you can follow up. You're going to see the replay here.
Oh, actually, no, this is the this is when the Orchid was, I believe, maybe delivered by LeBron when he came in. But of course, this was the reveal. So as you say, now, Excalibur, he knew the Orchid was in play.
Right. In a way, this replay is kind of what happened top. So it's kind of like you see the same play twice. He gets Orchid and just comboed, here it is. So he just jumped into them, and they're trying to use it as a setup for the Pango roll, but I think if you want to bait this, you have to go with Lion first. So Lion goes in, gets his spells off, he takes the brunt of the counterplay, like maybe he gets Orchided, which would be great for Team Bald if he's already cast one or two of his spells, and then you can follow through the Pango roll, and Void Spirit can come in and do all that damage in the Pango roll, but doing it in that order just seems optimistic, and did not work out whatsoever. The sad thing for Team Bald is the tower was actually defended, right? The Exorcism had ran out. Yeah, they were kind of just stuck up here with no way of pushing that tower. So if you choose not to fight, you kind of indirectly win because the enemy team pulled so many resources to do. How much damage is that on that tower? Like 400, 500? Used Exo for this. You tried to use that to kill the Pango, which failed. So
like you said, the best move there would have been to do nothing.
Either, like, you could have placed one or two heroes that just kill the wave, like Pango plus Weaver, or maybe just kill the creep wave, and everyone else could have farmed. Or you could have gone and pushed mid-tower, put pressure there, and forced the Handlers the Breach to rotate around the map, because, once again, the tower pressure this Dire line has is almost non-existent without Exo, right? Kunkka and Ursa are not good tower pushers at all, especially not when the Kunkka goes Orchid, right? Like, the damage isn't, like, that crazy, and you don't want to hit the tower really to begin with on this hero, so you had all sorts of options.
Apologies for this pause, ladies and gentlemen. Looks like we're having some trouble, or at least Coma's having some trouble with his internet. But no word on it in the chat.
He said he's lagging, but he's still connected.
He's not gone for a reconnect.
Guess he just has bad ping right now.
He's just waiting it out.
Yeah.
I mean, we're down to chill. We'll wait.
I'm curious what items you go for in Ursa in this game after Diffusal. Like, he's queued up an entire build right now. It's funny to see how some players take really different approaches to this. Like, some players like map out, oh, these are the next 3 items I think I want, so you just put all of it in quick buy, and others do 1 item at a time. By the looks of it, he wants Diffusal, BKB, Dagger. I think that's pretty sound here. I guess you really want the BKB.
Oh, I'm into the breach.
That Pablo's dead.
They know where they can just run past these towers and get kills. They're very strong with the setup from Xantic. Oh, Clarkson, yeah, he has to use that time lapse to get away from them, but they see him. And he's back in a position off the back of that time lapse where they've got clear vision of him all.
So now effectively they got 4 kills while dealing 30 damage to the tower.
Yeah, whilst they didn't have exorcism.
So they, again, all of these kills were kind of just handed to them. They didn't really need to work for them. It was just heroes showing up to defend a tower that didn't really need that much help.
They're going to try and make a go on mid.
All right.
Stone will miss. Back up the finger, that'll do it.
That's a big kill.
Takes a lot, but it gets it, and it's indeed the biggest on the map right now, taking down a Xantic. Very, very big commitment, but it pays off, and may even let them to do some damage to tier 1 mid. We'll see how much they want to push it. They've got 4 heroes.
Yeah, not the best pushing lineup either. You have Luna Aura, which is kind of nice, but nothing obvious to take the tower. And mid tower is a lot harder to take than the side lane tower top. That they actually are close to getting Team Bald. Might want to make a smoke move top, get a kill, and then take that tower out. Open up some more space for the Luna to farm. Obviously, Gorg in this game going for the farm heavy build with maxed out Glaives and Lunar Blessing. No point in ult yet at level 11, so it's just going to full out farm. And Luna would like this top tier 1 tower taken, so he gets access to, you know, that extra wave, get the hard camp on the side, and then he goes down and farms triangle, so that like natural rotation you do as Luna anyway just gets expanded by an extra 100 gold per minute that he could get in that top area. But they really need to claim the tower to unlock that farm for him. And for now, we're not getting... All right, Tanner going to poke Rajix here. Says hello, Vendetta was running out, I guess.
Yeah, it was last second of it there.
And a little bit of smoke and mirrors too, because there's a smoke coming from behind, and they might feel safe now that that failed with the... Yeah, Rajix is dead.
Yeah, and Xantic, he's able to get the setup before Rajix jumps away in time.
You can play the enemy team a little bit of mind games with Nyx, right? If you Vendetta someone and you run back, you're like, oh, okay, they were looking for a fight and it failed. And then they immediately smoke out over there, and you could tell Rajix was not expecting this at all because Vendetta was just used to just tickle him, essentially. They turn it into a move, and they're going to reap this top tower as their grand prize for this move. And in the meantime, Ursa is also free farming mid, so Diffusal will be completed here now for Coma. Would imagine they want to look for Roche, maybe next Exo. Is he just going to try now? He's just going to try it because the intel they have top. They know Ixen is up there, and they had the kill onto... Obviously the Pango from before.
Yeah, and he has picked up the lifesteal, so he's going to be pretty safe doing this. They're smoking up and checking it out, and they do have good fight around the pit with the Rolling Thunder if they can get in. Excalibur, he's going to start things off with a quick jump and a grab onto the Kunkka. And Xantic fully focused, they bring him down. They take out the Kunkka. Coma turns his attention over towards Rajix. Rajix was buckled to the side. He's going to be thrown up in the air behind the Yules. Can he get the ult off in time? He can, but the physical will still take him down. They're taking out 2 from into the breach. Can they get more? They're looking towards Symmetrical, but up to the high ground. Symmetrical and Coma reset. Ixen is chasing. And with the move forward from Pablo, they might be able to catch even more from this. The Hex is out on a Symmetrical, drag back from the remnant of Excalibur. If they take out 4, Team Bulb will be able to push into the breach away from the pit. The question is if they can go in and do it themselves. I mean, with Luna Weaver, they have some potential, but it's...
Yeah, but it's only level 2. And
yeah,
so the problem with doing that from Into the Breach's perspective and why I thought they were going to wait is that they had just expended exorcism for the top tier 1 tower, right? So now you're essentially brute forcing a Roche fight where you are missing one of your absolute key abilities, and there was no risk that the enemy team was going to do this. So you essentially just gave them the choice to try to fight you. If you wait 2 minutes and make the same move, or if you make a smoke move first and kill a key target so it's safe, then you're all good. But look at this entire fight. Imagine DP ult right now on that right side. How much damage he's doing. He could have just... Pango would have already been dead now. He could have got Luna down to a third, so Gore can't fight back. And essentially this fight is a win, I think, for Into the Breach with that spell. But with it not being available, and obviously Team Bold know this. They know it was used for the top tower. They're like, wow, these guys are biting over more than they can chew, trying to go for Roche, and they punish them. Get Pango again. It's not very easy being Pango in this game. You need to play against the Nyx that can catch you at any point, DP silence, and Ursa with Diffusal. And in round 2 here, now they might get the Roche. And while this is, you know, this is still decent, but you did lose a lot of heroes in order to get this, and maybe it could have been clean if you had waited a little bit longer until, say, now, when you do have DP ult. The good news is now they have DP ult.
They did.
So they can go for a move with this Aegis.
That's true, and there's yeah, it's still a tier 1 to take in the mid.
I think they're just going to go straight there, honestly. I wouldn't hold it against them. DP is pretty safe here. You have 1800 health and Ghost Ship.
I mean, do you try and hold if you're Team Bold, or do you let this one go?
I think you're really tempted to, but I can't tell you for sure if you should. They're going to go like that. They're just not going. I guess the call is Gorg is 100 gold away from BKB, right? He just really doesn't want to fight. They're going to give it up. I can respect this. You know, tier 1 tower mid is one you generally really want to try to defend with your life, but looking at the circumstances for this fight, you're 100 gold away from BKB on Luna, you're fighting into Aegis, DP has ult. You just call it a loss, move on.
I mean, they're smoking up with the 3 of them. This is moments before the BKB's been delivered on Gorg. Nevertheless, the 3 of them are going to look to jump on Tanner. They'll take him out during their Hex and to grab that bounty
with
rune
the
as well.
Invis rune. He's going to walk into Sentry though. Hex.
How about Coleman and LeBron are here? They've got to split here, Team Bold, and they will. They'll get themselves out to safety. They should be fine. Ixon will manage to get that courier. That'll be the Mithril Hammer down.
Another one? He didn't have another Geminate yet. Would have got a second kill there if he could, but it's one of the added benefits of Weaver, right? As a hero.
I guess he's got the Aegis and he still has a tier 1, so he knows that he can farm out here.
Huh? Tanner's gonna find Pablo, maybe.
Could be quick with the blink.
Ships in the night. Oh, he's dead. Oh, he didn't stun in time. Yeah, blink.
He's gonna be out. He's out.
He wasn't unsure. Obviously, one of the nice things about Line in that position is that you have a stun that does 0 damage, so you can't Carapace pre as Nyx as protection. Let's say you were doing that to Alina, right? She's just dead. Yeah. Because her defensive ability in the stun will stun herself, but Tanner has to go for the Impale there, and just a little bit too slow. Oh.
Triumphant Magix, he does still have a Thunder available, and yeah, he's totally fine. Back on the mid. They got their eyes on Azantic, but Azantic is, once he has that BKB, they're not going to be able to kill him in the team fight. Azantic will easily survive.
Way too early on the Dissimulate there, Excalibur.
Do they have enough damage?
Fortunately for him, the backup wasn't there, but that was...
What's happening mid? Ixon? It was just suddenly, I don't know, there were just sort of 3 heroes standing there, and one was not on the same team as the other 2, so he died. And, yeah.
Maybe I forgot who he was playing for.
Like an own goal. They're like, hang on, wait, is this Weaver with you? Is he with you? No, he's not on our team. Let's kill him.
Did you ever play with a guy in school in football and then he scored an own goal and started celebrating and then remembered what team he was on after?
Yeah,
kind of felt like that.
That was me, Sin.
Oh, yeah. Well, then you did play with him. Every game.
No one else wanted to after that.
Did you get last picked?
I just didn't get picked.
Oh.
I just got kicked.
Yeah. If you get last picked, do you actually get picked?
No.
Not really, right? Oh, that's a dead Nyx. Oh my god. Okay, they...
Well, he was, yeah.
Yeah, well, he protected the tower.
He got the tier 2 push. You know, space created there by Tanner.
Maybe he forgot what team he was on.
Yeah, maybe.
He was kind of on the other side of the...
They're trying to swap him in Ixon, you know?
Yeah, it's fine. I really don't mind if supports do this. Essentially what Tanner is doing, he's creating like a wall between the tower push and his team.
Yeah.
So you need to get through this Nyx either by killing him or... You can't bypass a Nyx, he has too many stuns. So they kind of have to just go on him and he just makes that tower kill clean.
Well, here we go.
Fine.
Going to try for Zantic. Can they burst him? Oh yeah, with the Eclipse and everything. And now straight over towards Symmetrical. But Symmetrical's got the BKB up.
Oh, it's a little bit of a bonus though. They got rid of that charge.
We're still having a poke at him, but now the turn's going to be attempted. Pablo jumps with the X over towards Tanner. Knows here, buying time for Ixon. Ixon should be fine. He's up to the high ground, but no. Coma sees him, jumps in with the Earthshock to take him down. The Symmetrical's been left on the low ground. Team Bold, they hit hard in the mid lane. The 5 of them just come charging out into the breach. Despite the fact that Coma has the Aegis, he's not quite ready to help his team, or at least provide anything to keep the rest of them alive, as they're doing a great job of just throwing everything down onto Xantic during that Hex, making sure he has no chance to BKB and walk it off.
Yeah, if there's no save on their team, right? So Xantic keeps playing this mid area, and I think he had a Grimstroke for coverage. It's not going to save you. You see, they're just going to immediately just commit and drop everything on him, right?
Yeah.
They have no save. He can't BKB because he's chain stunned and killed off. And I think this is maybe easier to say than do in that spot, but I think Kunkka should not be taking the mid lane for now. With the information they have on the map, I think this lane needs to be pushed out by Grimstroke, so that if this kill happens, it's on a way lower priority target. If he had, say, any defensive support behind him there, it's a different story.
Oh yeah,
Then they can use it as a bait.
Yeah.
But essentially, Xantic had such a good start on this Kunkka, and I feel like he's died in the same way 2 or 3 times in a row. So his entire lead is now out the window. He has the same net worth roughly as Void Spirit at this point, and Luna is obviously dwarfing the Ursa. That's generally going to happen. Just farms faster, unless Ursa goes for the old, I don't know if we should call it the old school build at this point, but nobody really buys Battle Fury on Ursa right now. Most people opt for this like tempo build where you get the Diffusal and try to play the Aegises to get an advantage. But with Xantic dying all the time, they can't really use their Aegis the way they want, so...
No, for sure. I mean, without a doubt, for all sort of the lead that Into the Breach was getting the kills early on, and no, you look at the scoreboard now, it's been evened out, and I think it's Team Bold have dealt pretty well with how aggressively Into the Breach has been trying to go for them, and now as we're seeing, finding good opportunities to just group up and take down some of these scarier cores like Xantic without any difficulty at all.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like at this point, maybe it's time to just group up a little bit more as Into the Breach. Like, you've taken the bottom tier 2, try to make a smoke move where you get aggressive vision out. All right, Coma is actually going to defend this outpost. But yeah, imagine you push out this top wave and then make a move together, smoke into the enemy jungle, get an offensive ward out, and you can use your Ursa Aegis, which, oh, it's expired now. They essentially didn't get to use it again because of these deaths, so scratch that play. This was the play they should have made 2 minutes ago, probably. Because they've had this BKB on Kunkka for 2 minutes now, right? So that was the time.
Yeah, and they haven't...
And on the flip side, look at Team Bald. They're going to make that move because they know Aegis expired, so they're like, okay, we were playing... The enemy team had a power play on us for 5 minutes that we survived, and now it's our turn to shine. And ironically, now Into the Breach are going to make this move without Aegis and too late, and they're also coincidentally making it at the same time as Team Bald are. So effectively, the two teams are just going to swap high grounds, and this was the move that could have really put Into the Breach into a good position to potentially look for barracks. And now they should be happy to get even a good team fight out of it. Might find Ixon at least. X-Mark. Mules should die here. 4 kids.
They don't get him, but we'll see if Team Bold can get anything in return. The buyback, time-lapse comes out from Ixon to return to the front lines. They've got the control. Xantic is able to get the BKB off in time for this fight as he'll start to head back. Radit's coming in with the Rolling Thunder, trying to stay on top as the BKB will soon come to an end on Xantic. And just in time for the Rolling Thunder to come through, Pablo Jones wants to get the angle, starts to buckle his way onto Xantic. He's still not quite dead though. As Team Bold, they tried to finish off this Kunkka, they will be able to do so. But just carnage across the battlefield as Gord, with the BKB, manages to pick off Symmetrical at the end of it all, but now Gord's own BKB coming to an end. Coleman's ready to run him down with the Diffusal Blade slow. This time round, Into the Breach, they will be able to hit back. As Team Bold, they commit heavily. They can't quite take the victory this time round. Into the Breach, they have to deal with it. They do get Xantic, but we saw this time, when he gets that BKB off, it just takes so much more time and resources to actually bring down this tanky Kunkka.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that looked really good for Team Bald for a while, right? When they got that very good Pango roll off, they just weren't really able to connect their entire team. And toward the tail end of the Rolling Thunder, Gort gets in with the Luna, pops Eclipse, and the first beam goes on the Nyx that has Carapace on. He didn't pre-BKB, so he spends the majority of his Eclipse standing stunned in the tree line. It's a huge loss of damage. You're going to see it toward the tail end of this replay most likely. So we're going to get the first kill on the Weaver. You've expended relatively minor resources here. You've used the Orchid. He's going to buy back TPN, and this means that the Weaver buyback trades off for almost an entire Kunkka health bar. So he's more or less out of the fight. It's rolling Thunder screening out of space. It just... Gorg was so far away, actually. Oh, we're not even going to see the end of that replay. They have found Excalibur in the mid lane as well. I wonder how this ended up that way, because they were smoked together. And Gorg was... I think both Gorg and Excalibur were going a different way than the other three. Alright, that's a finger kill on LeBron. Probably going to cost them something, though. Radix. No Yules.
That's looking pretty dead here.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Yes, into the Breach back in action, take 2 core kills themselves. I think that last fight as well, I think that with the BKB, he did dodge that finger damage, right?
I think so.
Because I think if that finger landed, I think it would have been enough to kill him.
He either dodged it or he had run buff, right?
No, the boat wasn't out yet.
Oh, here's the
so I'm pretty sure
then he must have BKB.
The BKB just dodged the damage, yeah. Just because you have that, what is it, 0.1 seconds or something to pop it?
0.25, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, no.
Yeah, you're right.
So would he have died if he didn't dodge it with the BKB? Nah, I guess it was. He had 450 HP. How much damage is Finger doing at that stage? For like?
I think it would have killed him. It's level 2 Finger, right?
It is. Yeah, it would have
died.
No, yeah.
It's 825 pre-reduction. Or sorry, 725.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
And then he has the stack bonus, right? So he had 2 stacks, so that's another 80.
Yeah, I think it might have killed him.
Yeah, I think so.
I don't know if Pablo necessarily had the finger available before that point in the fight, or if it only just come off cooldown, but maybe it would have made the difference if he popped it earlier during one of the stuns.
I think that's one of the things that Lions make a mistake of a lot of the time, is that they're so obsessed with getting the stacks. Like, relative to how much that matters, sometimes you just need to get your spells through immediately, so you make sure you get the value, right?
Yeah, there was, I can't remember what team it was at TI or one of the big tournaments, but I just remember one of the line players, he would finger first up. Yeah. And it was brilliant.
I think Kaka actually did that quite a lot on Lions.
I think it was Kaka.
Literally what you do online in a lot of situations is you know when you go in and initiate on someone, you have a 2-second window to throw out your volley of spells, and then you need to get the hell out of there before you get killed, right? So I know Finger of Death has a long cast range, but if you are the real stuns on your team that guarantee the lockdown so that the finger can land, you got to get it done while you have time, right? I know it's easy to say in hindsight, it was very close, obviously.
And as I said, maybe he didn't have a cooldown then at that moment.
It's a good soul binds.
Well, with the BKB, Gorg's going to try and look for more. Zantic pops the BKB himself, steps out of the river. Now Koma's in onto Gorg. Gorg needs help, but he needs it now. As they've locked him down, there's no safety for Gorg. As Gorg goes down, Radic's also looking in trouble. Is he able to jump out of this one? Swashbuckle to the side. But they've got further locked down. The silence comes in, dragged back into the clutches of Koma. As Into the Breach continue to kill off these cores, and Team Bold not quite able to do much back in return. And I'm looking for Koma. Koma steps up, but of course he's got the Aegis. Just be able to take him out the once. They won't be able to throw anything in the second time.
I was just going to say the really big difference between this Aegis and the last one is that they group up and make a move with it, right? And they even kept it intact, but now they lost it. So the next fight is very playable for Bald. I think if Koma still had Aegis now in this spot on the map, they could kind of corner the entirety of the map against Team Bald. It's really difficult for them to kill Ursa twice with their lineup. But with him down from that, it's a really high value kill even though he has Aegis. So they kind of are going to stabilize here, but
middle tower is under attack.
I don't know. I get the vibe just looking at these fights that Team Bald are not really on the same page about how they want to approach the bigger strategy of how they fight, right? It's very... We said pre-game that chaotic is their style, but I would say in their better games in this tournament so far, they've looked more as a unit, like more structured, more coherent in what they're trying to do. Yeah, well, Excalibur literally threw away all his spells now.
Trying to burst LeBron, but
he could be in trouble.
I
think he's gonna die.
He's looking just everything. Pretty dead here.
Just literally everything onto LeBron on his own. Again, it's just disconnected, right? Like,
sure, they lose Pablo. Excalibur's going in, but there's no one else to go in with him. And meanwhile, Alex gets caught out underneath the tower trying to cut the creep wave.
Oh, let's do this!
Yeah, I would say these last 5 minutes for Team Bald have just not been a good look. It's, I think that, like the panel was talking about, they were favoring them, first of all, based on score in the league, like they're 2-2, Into the Breach are 1-3. Overall, Team Bald Reborn has looked better, but I would say, from my perspective, this is one of the weaker games I've seen out of them this tournament so far. Not from a draft perspective, not from like individual performance, but they just look less like a team than usual. And I want to see that They have a couple of moves in this game where they did like good
Dire's
5-man
bottom
smoke, they
tower is
attack,
under
find an
attack.
angle, and get something done. So clearly there is communication going on. They're like trying to structure something, but when it comes to the
Radiant's middle
finesse in the
tower
fights
is
about
under
hero
attack.
placement, about spell usage, there's especially that one glaring fight in the mid lane where you had Excalibur and Gork really far away. I think Regix is going to be fine here. Yeah, he's going to ult. Really far away from the epicenter of the action. Just kind of playing two different games almost, it feels. So I really want to see them shape that up. If not in this game, then in the next, like a little bit more unity in the approach to fights. But now into the breach are starting to build a really, really big advantage, right? Now suddenly 7,000 gold. It happened pretty quickly too.
Gold for my chest.
But at the very least, the silver lining for Bald is there's no Aegis for a while that they need to worry about. They got rid of that early in its lifespan, so you have like 4 minutes before Roche can spawn. And that gives you the option to choose, do we want to try to farm up an additional item on Gork? He has something playing out, right? Oh, it's a shard. Okay, that's a big power spike for Luna getting this item.
I mean, and would you say as the minutes go on, does the game ever get easier for the Luna against the Ursa, or else it just becomes more and more of a problem for Luna?
Luna's worst carry matchups, I would say, are usually the ones that get in her face.
Yeah.
So I don't think this is ever going to become Luna favored, of course. Maybe if Gork gets a butterfly, it will help at least temporarily, because Ursa doesn't really like buying MKB, but he will if he has to. Could see a Bloodthorn on the Kunk as a solution to that, though. That's always something that's interesting, but yeah, I'm trying to think of like bad core matchups for Luna, right? Against carry specifically, Lifestealer comes to mind, Ursa, Terrorblade, even though he's not in your face, he's just overwhelming you from range. And even illusion carries, like Luna, when you think about it, technically has a lot of bad carry to carry matchups, right?
Yeah.
She's also bad against illusion carries, but
right, yeah.
Dire's top tower
but she's
is
very,
under
very
attack.
good at this mid-game timing where you group up as a team and take fights, which is what they were trying to do. But they don't have like that glue for Luna where, okay, we are going to own you at a tower fight, which, you know, a team like Nigma in the past have been really good at building these strategies like Luna Dragon Knight, Luna Elder Titan, and just like blasting the enemy team into oblivion in that mid-game timing. Just hasn't really come together for them this game the way they wanted to. And I generally don't have much faith in Luna to solo carry a game. Like I feel like the hero doesn't do that particularly well. So really needs a lot of setups, and Void Spirit is okay.
There they go for the run, they'll get him.
Oh my goodness.
Full commitment here off the Grimstroke, gets the kill. Still also gets symmetrical as well. Good lockdown from Radix on the Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, nice heads up play from Radix there, finding that collateral immediately. Identified, okay, there's a DP here. Blinks in with the Rolling Thunder on and keeps him stun locked the whole duration. So that was very nice. Very nice for Team Bald to get 2 kills and a buyback. No objective, of course. There's nothing to take. Roche is far away still. They have no waves pushed into the towers. So the Breach are actually going to instantly smoke without their DP here. So opting for a 4v5. There's no like key spells on cooldown for Bald except
Radix.
and of course the Rolling Thunder. Maybe it's enough, but they get out. They just disengage.
Yeah, not quite able to get any setup there. Zantic not quite having the reach with the X mark, so
Precious bounty.
I feel like that was a bold smoke to begin with. I think that could have backfired as well. Yeah, sure, the enemy team might not have Eclipse or Rolling Thunder, but you're missing your DP in this move. And if DP buys back, there's no point of connection. He needs to TP to the outpost and run for like 15 seconds to even get there. But maybe they were just trying to use the element of surprise there. Didn't work out though. Team Bald were on their toes and got out of there. What if they're going to make a move of their own? They do not possess a smoke right now, I think. No smokes, so probably just going to handle some wave business here. Something nice that Weaver, of course, can do. One of the countless benefits of this hero as a support. You can push away from like 3,000 range away. You just throw the swarm and run away, and the wave is going to get pushed from that alone. So if Ixon wanted to, he could be cutting waves in any lane right now and just securing that, getting some extra farm, building towards whatever item he wants, currently being a Force Staff. Great item against Ursa and DP. Not so much against Soulblind. Got to be careful with that. It's going to be basically useless when heroes get bound. So that is the X Factor spell here for Into the Breach. Got a little bit of lag.
the old lag, alrighty. Oh yeah, Team Bold, they brought the numbers up top. They're the full 5 there. We'll see this move again. This time, no hesitation.
So, look at Radix, they're really, really clean. Blinking in with the stun, doing the turnaround with roll up, getting the chain off. You can see that Zantic was not Not exactly too happy about that. Nice TP out from Tanner here. Very, very close.
And you think it was a good call as well from Team Bolt to not, even though you've got the 5 up against the 4, to not go up to the high ground? You do want to play it safe and back off, or could they have gotten away with trying to get more out of this one?
I don't know. It's a little bit scary when the enemy team has the outpost, right?
Yeah.
The DP could buy back TP in, and you have expended key spells. You used Rolling Thunder and Eclipse. I think it's okay.
Yeah,
like,
you just take it.
the situation is very, very different when you invade the enemy high ground next to outpost than if you take, say, the 4v5 on your high ground when the enemy team smoked right after. I think that's a fight they could have won, 5v4. I mean, it doesn't sound that impressive when you say it like that, right? Wow, we won 5v4, but they were using losing key components of their heroes for the previous fight. So, oh, Ixon might break a smoke here. He might also die for it. He looks very. Oh, okay. He's done.
Yeah, they've got him. X-Mark. Time that's already used. Not a chance there. As Coma, of course, Satanic done. He's not going to be an easy hero to take down in these fights. As, you know, we've seen Team Bold, they have managed to burst at Xantic symmetrical when they catch him, but doing so with Coma now is going to be even more difficult.
I mean, considering that Xantic is kind of playing some sort of semi-utility build, I guess, right? He has both Orchid and Halberd. I wouldn't mind seeing him buying a disc. It might sound a little bit strange, but if you look at how the fights are developing. Oh, that's a good catch onto LeBron.
There goes Lotus. This time LeBron's going to be able to walk it off. He's able to turn. Excalibur is out straight away. Jumps down from low ground, able to get out there with the help of the illusion room. Escape this one. But the rest of Team Bolt will also be able to roll out. I was thinking the kill on LeBron, and they're all able to bail out of there in time before Into the Breach can lock any of them down.
And Gorg was bottom in the meantime. That was pretty nice. That was a 4-man kill, or, well, not a full team rotation minute 35. They were taking care of bottom while fighting and get that clean kill and get out. I mean, I say clean, it was scary. Excalibur could have been caught by literally any additional stun there and died, but didn't happen, so it worked out. Carapace onto Ixon, he's caught again. WEU here, and this torrent's not going to land.
Now Radix is going to be a bit more slippery with that Lincoln's done on top of the Blink Yules. And yeah, Team Bolt feeling pretty confident. They know that this Grimstroke's dead for a minute after he used the buyback in the last fight.
I do see the disc being bought by DP, right? So they do have the idea that the way the Radiant lineup works is so dependent on getting that initial burst kill, right? You have Lion, you have Void Spirit, you have Pango, who are all committing into okay.
He's going to get help here, but he has already gone down. Can Team Bolt turn this around? Gorg in with the BKB, focusing over towards Xantic. We've got pretty good damage here now, Gorg, with the rollback over from Radix and the finger from Pablo. They take down the Kunkka.
Koma got nothing off. He had Enrage, BKB, and Satanic already.
They catch him with a Hex to start things. We were sort of looking at Gorg and Xantic. What happened to the bear?
Bottom tower has fallen.
He's going in for the Weaver here, and he has the Enrage from the Earth Shock, but he's just getting chain stunned and killed off.
Yeah, good.
It's very clear that the Radiant lineup has this in spades, right? They have this insane burst, and that's why, again, I was suggesting disc on Kunkka. We're going to get it on the DP, but even Ursa needs to be careful. I think.
There's the Axe on this rush as well.
Yeah, that's really, really big.
Axe for Radix this time.
Radix, maybe?
Who would you give it to?
I don't think you should give it to Radix. Probably give it to the Luna or
Dire's top tower
the Weaver.
under attack.
Probably Weaver, right?
Yeah, yeah, giving the Weaver would be lovely, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it's Weaver or Luna. The Weaver's the more defensive approach. They are going to do that. So now they have the save on Ix, and he has a little bit of cast range from Psychic Headband, which helps quite a bit for the time-lapse cast.
That's a lot, yeah.
Goes from 500 to 600 cast range, which might not sound like a lot, but it really is noticeable.
I mean, this is turning into one of these games where it's hard to tell which way it's going to swing. Because now everything does seem to be back in favor of Team Bolt. They're getting these moves, they're catching them out, and now Excalibur. He has been found in the combo here. They've got good silence, but it's going to be so much harder to go on heroes now with the Axe in play on Ixon.
Yeah, for sure. I think in hindsight, and this is easy to say right now, right? But you're Ursa fighting here and you find that Weaver. You're assuming that this is turning into a fight, right? I think you need to pre-pop and rage. Yeah. And then as the fight develops, then you use BKB. I think it's greedy to go in and start the fight with only an Earth Shock and not use one of your defensives, because you do know what the enemy team is capable of. if Koma has either one or the other running there, they don't lose the fight. Like, it's that simple.
Sure, he's able to turn, probably stay on top of the Luna, and suddenly Gorg's in trouble.
And Enrage is such a low commitment spell, right? It's a 30-second cooldown that costs 0 mana. Just throw it in there for safety. If it's just a skirmish and you're getting that one kill, whatever, you're ready to go in 30 seconds. If it is a big team fight, it might have kept you alive. So I understand you don't necessarily want to use your BKB, right? Like, that's a pretty high cooldown and high value ability to use, but Enrage is just such a... It's such a feel-good skill for that reason, right? It's such a great insurance, and let's imagine he uses Enrage and, oh man, the fight is going longer. You still have BKB and Satanic. Like, are you really gonna need it?
And by the time the BKB Satanic is gone, the Enrage is coming back in probably less than 20 seconds.
Yeah, and hopefully you won the fight, or got out, right?
Someone, yeah, taken out a call. Well, we'll see the dive in straight away. Jump onto it, Satanic and catch him on the high ground. He's gone for 90. No buyback, he's short on the gold. This is a big window now for Team Bold to push up for more. They've still got the Aegis, the Cheese, and there's no Kunkka for 90 seconds almost.
They don't know that for a fact, though. They don't know he doesn't have buyback.
Well,
he has a backpack plate mail. He hasn't completed an item, so from their perspective, buyback could very well be available right now, and they don't want to overextend and dive here. Diving into an Ursa team can be really scary. He has great chase potential and huge burst, obviously, inside his own base. But I still would like to see Team Bald at least get mid-tier 2 and maybe either bottom tier 2 or take some really strong area of the map while they still have 2 minutes left in their Aegis.
Well, Pablo, he's ready to catch with the Hex. I mean, they've got to be careful playing around this triangle into the breach. We'll head away down bottom. Team Bold, I mean, you said you wanted to sort of see them play together as a team, and it's happening sooner than the next game. It's coming together in this one. They just needed a bit of time to warm up, but things are falling into place, and now at this point of the game, it's into the breach that's just looking a little bit lost.
It's like they flicked a switch and just started playing more tight, right? Like, I wouldn't say the fights are super clean, but even when somebody's going in, it's not like he's being left behind, right? Like, the team is following through. Right? This is quite the chase onto Koma.
And Pablo's able to get the opening stun. Hex into the finger. Koma, he will get the chance to pop BKB and Enrage here off the back of the shields. BKB and Enrage, he'll go for the TP out. There's nothing to put a stop to it. So he manages to make it away. They're trying to see if they could hunt for more, but Tanner's already out with a Vendetta. In fact, ready to maybe scout out back in to give some information for what's going to be coming in on this bottom lane. But the creep wave heavily pushed out at the moment in favor of Into the Breach. 9k lead, maybe down on kills, but those last few ones that Team Bold have got have certainly been worth the big bucks. And Gorg, as we're saying, he's gearing up nicely. The Butterfly, it'll be ready for the next fight.
Worth keeping in mind, of course, 4,000 of this net worth is the Ags from Roche. So that is essentially a time lapse. It's not stats. So a little bit, always slightly misleading on that gold graph, but obviously it's a super high impact item. He even now swaps out for a telescope, so gets an extra 10 cast range. Goes from 100 to 110. I mean,
the catch is going to be insane, as we're seeing. I mean, Pablo with that aura as well. Pablo has been doing a great job on getting those hexes.
And it's awesome for Luna to play with telescope, right? You get cast range on the shard, and you get attack range on your normal range, so it's a real feels-good item for Luna to have in the team.
And he's so tanky now with the Butterfly and the
Trickster Cloak. It's great, yeah, for sure.
It's not easy for Koma to kill him. It feels like that sort of window where the Ursa would have been this big threat for Gorg has kind of passed, at least until he's able to get that next big item, the MKB, which he's
he has to
a little bit away from, well away from it.
Definitely does have to get that. And, you know, usually we would talk about how good this item is on Ursa, the Witchbane that he has found, but there's no hero in the enemy team that the passive is particularly good against, and there's nobody buying Ghost Scepter. So there's no Scepter, there's no disc that he needs to get rid of. There's just literally heroes that are just kiting him or trying to stay alive, right? It's good against the Force Staff, I guess. But no, even that, he can't do that either. Then you need to be really clutch. You need to do it mid-force.
I've got to ask him, why is he carrying it at all? I mean, there's a Penta Edge and a Leveler. Are one of those not more appealing for him this game?
What does he want to purge? Does he want to purge an ally off something? I don't know. Yeah, I don't think it's that good here.
Maybe in anticipation of a pickup. I mean, if you run the numbers as you see on the passive, it's not that impressive.
I don't think it's that good
It's
here.
nowhere near comparable to like the damage plus of a Penta Edge.
No, definitely not. Yeah, or the Leveler is also good. It also gives 5 armor. Like, it adds up. It's good against Luna. It's good against Void Spirit to have this extra armor in the fights.
I mean, maybe we're missing something obvious.
I don't know.
It does normally happen.
It really does, yeah. The MAME on Pentouch Sword also nice, of course. Like that,
Yeah, I mean,
I agree. I think he's choosing the third best tier 4 item for himself right now.
Yeah.
Unless I'm totally missing something, but. All right, Pablo gonna break the smoke and blink away. Very nice. But Ison didn't hit the stun. Now it's just that bag at a time.
That's Tana gone, and now can they get more team? Gord's ready to go over the BKB. They're focusing Symmetrical. Symmetrical is torn apart by the damage of Gord. They're rolling on. You see Coma trying to commit and onto Gord. He's in with the BKB. Follows that in there from Tana, but the time lapse comes out from Ison. It doesn't matter. The swipes, they're stacking up. Coma's able to bring down Gord. Now they've got to split. They've lost their Luna. They've got no fight left to have here in Team Bold as they will back off into the breach. They did commit 2 buybacks for that.
And one of them they really shouldn't have had to use. That was honestly, that's a pretty big blunder from Symmetrical there, right? So he has an unassembled Aeon disc in his backpack, and he never assembled it.
Oh no.
He was saving it, and this is a play that a lot of players will make because they don't want to pop their first disc in a useless way. I don't think his read there was, okay, I'm dead and this fight is terrible. Because clearly they were ready to fight, right? His teammates were there to back him up. He just never assembled it and just died.
Maybe it was just the big brain, I don't need to assemble Aeon disc if I've got buyback.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I wonder among which species that's considered big brain. That seems like a very bad trade-off to me. I don't know. It's I would not trade off buyback for a cooldown on Aeon disc under any circumstances. I cannot imagine that ever being good.
What's got the longer cooldown? It may be buyback, but bigger numbers. I mean, slightly, maybe by times 5. What do we got? Quick maths. Extra damage by Witchbane. That's the extra damage. That's pretty good against Voice. I guess there's 79 damage, but what, Penage plus 50, right? Plus 45 in attack range. I mean, all right. You know, it is a bigger number.
Radiant's top
It's a bigger number.
It is.
Yeah.
I think the added utility from the other items just worth more, right? Like the MAME on Pentouch Sword or the armor from the leveler really offsets that damage advantage. So if you don't have any benefit at all for the Purge, I just don't think it's worth it.
Well, actually, that's a bit of a hard question, Sin, but is the damage from the passive magical or physical?
Yes. Probably one or the other. The good thing is tooltips in Dota always say things very accurately, so I'm going to assume
they're just written in that, special invisible ink.
It's max mana damage type.
Max mana damage type.
Yes, that's what it says on there, so I'm going to trust that. If I were to guess, I would guess physical, but I have no idea. If it's pure, it would be pretty good. It says it's physical here.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
We did. Oh,
we got a little bit of a note. So it is physical.
Okay, so it is physical as well. So yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, which makes it like significantly worse, right? Because the heroes he's fighting
goes with the BKB then.
That's true, but Luna has really high armor, right? So Luna is the target he's fighting a lot. So against that hero, I think Pentouch Sword or
Radiant's middle tower is under
or the leveler would both be better. Man, we've talked about that a lot relatively to how little it
there's not much going on right now.
I guess.
It's just interesting because, he's done the maths, and I like people that do the maths.
I think a lot of the times... A lot of the times this item would be the best choice, right? So it's understandable it goes right. There's so many Ursa games where you really want to have that because it's a counter to Ghost. But again, there's just nobody using that.
Oh, got it. Can purge the damage reduction that Shield Crash provides Radix.
Oh.
That's actually pretty nice, right?
That is nice.
That's pretty nice.
That is nice.
There you go.
Right. If he does it, I will give you all the credit. I have not seen him do it yet.
On the Tango, yeah.
I have not seen him do it yet. Big smoke here. Excalibur is in breaking position.
Oh.
They're pinging each other. They will see him.
Who's going to make the jump first? Excalibur's in with the BKB. That's how it's antic. It's antic. He's able to get the BKB off. Does turn with the bow. Down over towards Excalibur. Excalibur's got another step available. Jumps in on Tana. Takes out the next assassin. And just simulates out of the action for now. Coma, he's trying to get it onto Gord. But Radix with the rolling thunder controls. Holding back the bear. Stone comes out. They're in with a finger. They burst through Coma. The bear goes down. Gord turns over towards Symmetrical. But Cyphers are keeping this death puppet healed up. And Zantic, they're trying to finish him off, but Excalibur can't quite do so. And Zantic walks back to safety. Ixon still have the poke at them to buy back from both Ixon and from Excalibur. They try and keep this fight going. Coma's also brought back into this, but they've got him with the Yule setup into the Remnant. He does have all looks Titanic, he can get it off in time. He's able to get the enrage off. Silence for now. Ragic, he's back in with another roll. Coleman's got to run. Now Buffalo with the Glimmer Cake provides him the time to blink out of there, but Symmetrical himself cannot escape, and that's going to be him down and out for 2 minutes. Team Bolt, they take the fight.
They're doing a really good job at just staggering their stuns very well, right? Like, Ursa with all these items this time got caught. I feel like this time it's more understandable that he gets burst down and taken down. First of all, the jump on Zantic, yeah, they didn't kill him, but they got him low enough that he had to play the fight defensively. If you look at the fight recap here and the damage distribution, Ursa is just not there relative to his net worth, right? He does 3k damage in a long, extended team fight, and he buys back. The highest damage actually came out from the Kunkka, who got jumped in the beginning.
I mean, he's having a tough game, Kunkka. For the start and the farm that he's had, these last few fights have not been easy for him to perform.
And I wonder what's missing, because I feel like from the perspective of watching this, if Kunkka gets jumped as the initial target, that should be a playing ground for Ursa to just pump BKB Blink in, use Overpower, and just go to town. When your BKB is expiring, you use Enrage, and you just isolate targets. But maybe something is missing here. I don't think there's any discs on the Radiant that would disengage or reset the fights. They just need to connect a stun with Nyx or with the Kunkka, and they can just kill with Ursa, but it's not happening. Speaking of not connecting stun.
He jumps in. He's going to die for that one. He's out. As in the boat coming down. Gorg, he's dead. Just gets focused by Koma. Gorg tries to step up to join the action. Koma this time is able to bring down the Luna.
Where was the time-lapse for Gorg? Was he stunned?
We might be able to catch down the replay. You're right. There was, I mean, he died pretty quickly, but there should have been opportunity to save Gorg there.
It's when I see moves like this and fights like this, it just highlights to me how much Ursa could technically do in this game if they just set it up with a stun, right? But maybe he's worried about the time lapse, which didn't happen this time around. Perhaps the call from Into the Breach is, all right, we're gonna find the Weaver with anything, and then Ursa
got the ward on Koma. They're gonna jump him.
Yeah.
He's gonna get forced down out of the base. Koma's gone. The ward sets it up perfectly. He wasn't ready for that one bit. As the buyback comes out from Gorg, I think they're aware this buyback's not available on Into the Breach's side. Gorg's ready to come in and try and help Team Bolt potentially end this game.
It looks over Luna. Luna's going to wipe out the base in like 30 seconds. That means you're only going to be playing 3v5. You have no Ursa, you have no Grimstroke.
I mean, yeah, on paper, this has got to be a clean finish now, surely. Holding 3 versus 5 against an Aegis and a Cheese, it seems impossible. As Team Bolt, they're on the tier 4s. We'll see the jump forward from the Death Prophet. I mean, Symmetral's trying to get out of this. Eon Disc will provide him some safety. A buyback is up from Zantic. But they're slowing them down a little bit, but they need more. The boat comes crashing over. Will buff up the three of them. Follow-up bow as well. Still looking down Ixon. And Team Bolt, they're fighting brutal. Zantic with the BKB does bring down the Weaver. Gorg's been stopped. The stun's out onto Gorg. He's falling over. The Cheese is there. Back up at full HP. Excalibur fighting fair onto the 2 of them. Fully commits in with the Dissimulate. They've stunned the both of them. They'll be able to close this one up. Team Bolt, they'll take this game 1. It was quite the rocky road to victory, but they will manage to do it here. 52 minutes in. This game, it's in the bag for them.
Let's do this!
Well, we did say it was going to be a chaotic game. I feel like it delivered. That was all over the place. Team Bolt, I think for me, MVP of the game, probably going to be Ragix. I think the Pangolier had huge impact in multiple team fights, really got it done. Between himself as well as Pablo, they set up all of the opportunities that they really needed for the course to get the job done in the end. I was starting to get a little bit scared for Bolt in the end, in the very last fight. Gorg was hitting the base towers, and Pablo finds this really good 2-man stun off on the side, and there's just no cores damaging the heroes. And then all of a sudden you see Weaver die, Kunkka's actually dealing damage. If Gorg didn't have Cheese there, he could have died without buyback, and who knows how this would have ended. But the Cheese did perform as the saving grace here for Bolt, and they do clinch a win here. But I don't know. I would actually be really curious to hear what any of the players from Bolt feel about the game. If they're relieved, if they're
Radiant team ban. Dire team ban.
And into the
Radiant
breach.
team ban.
On your screens, you're watching Dream League Season 16, powered by Intel. It's Division 2, the Western European DPC League. I'm here with T-Gov and with Jenkins, and
Dire team
with a
ban.
draft as well between these two
Radiant
teams.
team
And I'm
pick.
curious what we would like to see changed from
Dire
game
team pick.
number
Dire
20.
team. Radiant
Well, I
team
think the
pick.
main thing that you need to look at for Team Board at least is they play with the trust and confidence in each other. But even if things aren't going well, they have this like belief that there will be a moment in the game that they can come back into, right?
Yeah.
And that's hard to have. I think it stems from the fact that they are these pub players who have so much confidence in their own play
10
that it bleeds
seconds
through.
remaining.
Whilst into the breach, you can feel like they're trying to be a team
5
with how they're making their
seconds
moves, how they're
remaining.
making their plays, but they're making a couple mistakes here and there, and it looks like we're in the same draft.
This is literally the
before.
same. You say, what should we change? Literally nothing, it seems, Shiver.
To be honest, the game for Into the Breach,
It was fine.
it was fine.
It was fine.
It was
yeah.
fine.
I thought Team Bald would change their draft, and perhaps they will. They're thinking a lot about this second pick this time around.
Like for Into the Breach though, the game was hard for them because they kept trying to force it when they didn't need to, right? Like that first Roshan, before they got the Aegis, their Ursa's jumping into the pit, DP has no ultimate. They're trying to take this like quick moment, and it allows Bald to contest it. That simple contest, even though eventually Into Breach gets it,
Radiant team
they keep them in
ban.
this area for so long that Gore can just go farm, right? Like it's the fact that it's just the slight sloppiness of Into Breach, and this is the exact same draft that we are seeing. The bans are the same too. Yep, this is. Yeah, what are we saying?
A Morphling and a
Bloodseeker ban.
Faceless Void.
Yeah, we got a
Yeah, so far it's
Razor banned out,
same.
Void
Okay,
banned out,
alright.
same
Team
bans,
ban.
PA ban, same ban.
Okay, guys, let's go ahead and relax.
Okay, we just need the Morphling now on the side of Team Board to complete the bans, please.
Yeah.
Yeah, do you think they'll do it? Couple quid that they will. You want to say that?
What's a quid?
Just
Yeah, what
pound.
is a
Just
quid?
pound.
That's what I want to
10
do with
seconds
Dota when I
remaining.
lose 10 games in a row.
Quid.
5
Stop making
seconds
bets.
remaining.
How they're thinking about this.
Yeah.
How do we... Oh, get the
No.
Coco.
Coco.
Oh, respect ban. I mean, okay.
You did what?
It was a hero that caused them problems. It was a reason why they needed to come back in the first place. Obviously they did, but it would be nice if they didn't need to.
Yeah, that's definitely not how you want to win a game, for
10
sure.
seconds remaining.
Especially when Into the Breach, historically, at least in this tour,
5 seconds
they tend to do
remaining.
fairly well in lanes and then lose game. But they did well in lanes last game, but the mid game was rough, and then they kind of like came back a little bit. But usually when Into the Breach starts losing, they're just done.
Yeah, like Into the Breach, they're the type of team that they want to have like they want to make every play, you know?
Oh yeah.
But there's not
Team
like
pick.
if someone says Roshan, they're like, yeah, let's go. And it's like one guy's not even got a BKB ready. It's like we're going for it.
Like
you know?
somebody's right about to get an item. They'll just go take
It's like,
Rosh.
let's go, you know?
It's like, well, I've got my item timing.
yeah, let's go.
I guess the way you could put that is they don't pair timings as well as they possibly could.
Yes.
And maybe that would up their
10
strength as a
seconds
team if they
remaining.
started pairing a little bit better.
Yeah. Even if you're like going for Roshan, but let's say DP
5
ults on cooldown for
seconds
60,
remaining.
maybe do it when it's at 20 so that by the time that
You
they come
can
and contest,
use the ult,
you play around
yeah.
it, right? But this was the key thing for me. Respect banning the Lion because it was so fundamental in the comeback.
It was.
and
Yeah.
It's so punishing as well.
It gives that kill threat,
Radiant
like no matter what
team
items
pick.
you have, you can't get out of a hex.
Oh, it's the same. I would say it's the Bane or the Grim. You still need the answer to Pangolier. Luckily, we can just rewind and use the commentary we used in the first draft if you want.
I don't see why. I mean, the Lion's out. That's what Team Bald picked in this position last game. If you really want to go with a similar thing, you could
10
go Shadow
seconds
Shaman. I mean, a
remaining.
little bit less kill threat, but gives you that instant lockdown. And I doubt
It's
it.
hoodwink.
I mean,
5
Bane.
seconds
Bane
remaining.
seems like the obvious one.
The replacement here for Pablo, at least in regards to that kill threat, is going to be the hoodwink, in my opinion. But actually, no, I think it's not as instant lockdown though. Like it's a bit more.
That's what I'm thinking.
Play
Like,
the map.
Bane would be that similar type of hero to the Lion, where you have the same kill threat. They're really, really thinking about it though. They've pushed almost every time into
Lion, then Void Spirit. Oh, they go Rubik.
Okay.
Okay. I mean,
Changing it up.
every spell is pretty much good to steal
Yeah.
here. Like, we used to see Rubik be a first phase hero due to its generic ability in the game. Kind of moved away for the last year at least, but if there is a game where you see spells that it's good, of course you can bring the
10
hero back. And
seconds remaining.
Impale from Nyx is good. The silence from DP, even though it looks clunky, will be good.
5 seconds
Grimstroke,
remaining.
free wave clear.
Death Prophet ulti, obviously. Is,
Yeah, if you
great.
get it,
if
yeah.
you can manage to get it.
Yeah.
Sometimes you can get like an insta lift and then you get her right after the ult.
Will this
lucky.
be the Void Spirit once again? It's not banned out. Yeah, it's available.
I feel like the Kunkka ban makes me think that maybe it would be a Void Spirit, just because it's like, I know Kunkka does quite well versus the Void Spirit in lane. Like, of course, it's hard to kill the Void Spirit, but the Tidebringer is such a pain in the ass.
And the only reason the game looked a little bit difficult early on was the fact that this Kunkka went for the Orchid
Dire
Rush,
team
right?
pick.
He got that solo kill, he
Lena.
punished him. Oh, they go for Alina. Okay.
Okay, well, old Death Prophet counter. If the Death Prophet does happen to go into the mid lane, which, I don't know. I don't know if I like Xantic
no.
on that. I mean, I feel like you want to get him one of his heroes.
What would do well against Lena? What's a hero that traditionally does
Not
okay?
much.
Lina is like that perfect generic hero that just pushes out wave,
5
can go
seconds
right click.
remaining.
Oh, pretty much always goes right click. Like, it's just hard to just, shunt her out the wave.
But is there anything that in particularly is able to just do just better than survive against her, or?
I think it's just
very
about farm
rare.
efficiency, being able to push your lane equally,
Radiant team
go for
back.
the small camp.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Okay.
Puck can do that. You both get to farm small camps now. You both get to push out your
Yeah,
lane.
they'll both be fine. I mean, these are two, like you said, you just bottle every single bounty, every single water rune, get every creep in that easy
team
camp.
So what you're saying is neither should die. AKA, if there's a solo kill happening, someone messed up.
I think Lena can actually die at level 6.
Yeah, like
When
a quick
Rocket's foiled.
TP,
Yeah.
Grimstroke or something. So yeah.
Yeah.
But the key thing here is now Into the Breach have multiple ways to deal with Pangolier, be it the coil pre-roll
seconds
or this
remaining.
Grimstroke with the Soulbind. Like, there's ways for them to punish
5
a good
seconds remaining.
good Pangolier game, which, again, it is, right? It's the idea that Into the Breach, they want to move towards objectives. Pangolier roll will still do the same things it did in that previous game. I think the main thing here is simply Team Ball doesn't have that instant lockdown that they utilized so well in the previous game. So this will be a performance of, we need Excalibur to go from mid lane to a BKB to fighting with the team to then unlock Rubik and Pangolier to play the game. So a little bit more emphasis on Lena or maybe even Gorg's hero to be that in-your-face style of hero that can give everyone else access to a fight.
That's what I was thinking. Like, I mean, obviously Kunkka's banned, but like Kunkka would have been perfect here. The only thing is, like, Gork needs a Gork hero. And I feel like he mostly
10
plays
seconds remaining.
late game carries. So when I was a lead, I always
5
think, like, okay,
seconds
well, this
remaining.
can be your true carry, right? This opens up so that your side lane can be something
Dire
more
team
active.
ban.
So they need something that lanes with Weaver that's also a Gork hero.
Much didn't ban this time. They banned out the Naga and the Medusa. Last time it was, I think, Yell and Troll, yeah.
And for
Radiant
Into the Breach,
team
Lifestealer still in the pool. Was the one that they banned out previously, but instead they'll respect ban the Gorg Luna from previous game. That removed.
I actually don't mind the Troll, and it is a Gork hero. I feel like it's an active, in-your-face type hero that will do well against a Death Prophet. You can burst her.
10
Grimstroke, Nyx. Like, these heroes do
remaining.
nothing to a BKB Troll.
But this could also just be the Wraith
5
King game now,
seconds
right? Just the
remaining.
idea that you just park yourself in front. I guess maybe it's hard to get through the lane because I think DP Nyx probably does destroy you a little bit, but they need a hero that can absorb some of the damage to then give everyone else to take a fight. Like, they have no hero that just jumps into the middle of the fight unless it's Pangolier, but Pangolier doesn't really want to do that,
Bit
right?
greedy with Alina, but maybe PA is like a Gork hero, and the burst is really good.
PA's banned out, boss.
Oh, GG. Oh, right.
She was blurred though,
Yeah,
so it's
okay,
fine.
I see. Thank you. Let's see. What else is there? It's a Wraith. You got Wraith King. There's no Razor.
Medusa's banned. Yeah, they banned Medusa themselves.
Dire team
Yeah, there's Lifestealer still as well, but they
Ooh.
Night Stalker.
Okay.
So that means Weaver carry
He did play this in a pub
or Night
a
Stalker?
day ago. Carry Night Stalker.
Ooh.
He lost.
Well, you don't have to really.
I know. I'm just saying. It's
Oh,
just-
wait, he was also playing offlane. Okay, I think.
Okay.
You may now
Oh, and then a
select
PL.
your heroes.
I would prefer the Weaver to go carry now with
No,
No.
it is.
Oh, it is a carry
Carry-
Night Stalker.
Wait, hold. There we go.
Carry Night
That's
Stalker.
confirmed.
Okay. Well, you know what? I don't think PL's all that sick of like a counter pick here. I mean, Pango is great against any illusion hero. You just get a Maelstrom, clear the illusions. And I think Night Stalker's a carry. You're going to get Nags as well.
This is maybe. This is like a game where they now put so much emphasis on Rajix having a good game, but you have Puck and Grim now. PL eventually.
You're right. It's a tough Pango game.
And it's one of those things where we saw, Nigma with Mind Control. You can take over the game so easily where Lena and Pango will thrive in these type of games. Where if PL can't find the farm, I could see them, chipping away, and Lena, to be clear here, Excalibur is the carry in this game.
Yeah.
He's going to be going for the Daedalus, the Satanic style of mid build. He's going to be right-clicking through. The question is, can they make the map feel small enough for long enough to have that advantage to stop PL being able to just run around and kill things? But I could see it happening. It's just difficult when there's Puck and Grim defensive style of heroes.
It's basically saying that this game can work out for Bald if Gorg plays a very different style of carry as what he does traditionally.
Yeah, it needs to feel like it's always nighttime in this game. If it ever feels like Night Stalker's having to hit creeps for too long, then that's where DP's knocking down your towers and punishing that.
Yeah.
But I could see them doing it. It's just, can you get out of the lanes when you've got DP Nyx into a Night Stalker?
I do think there's a point where PL becomes kind of unkillable in this game with a heart.
Yeah, you need
we can
a lot of
debate this
it's
until
cool.
the cows come home. I think that's a saying, but we won't. We will not debate this any longer. We'll listen to the voices Bodhi picks one send.
Thank you very much, Steve. Yes, game 2 ready here, ladies and gentlemen, between Team Bold and Into the Breach. Of course, Sin, I know you're a big fan of Night Stalker as a hero. You've got a lot of games on it underneath your belt. Are you happy with it in the carry position? Do you think Gorg's going to be able to make it work out this game?
What?
More than anything, I'm just curious. I wonder what the discussion led to Night Stalker being the pick here. If it's just we want something that's good against the Puck with a silence. I think there were plenty of alternatives when it comes to the more traditional carries that Gorg plays, but maybe this is something that he's tried out in pubs that he enjoys, that they feel like this would be the kind of game for it. I think all in all, it's a decent Night Stalker game. I would say this hero is good against both Puck and Nyx.
30 seconds
the
to
Puck
battle.
matchup being a little bit double-edged because getting coiled really sucks. But you can also get on top of them. And being carry, you're going to get a lot more gold on average than you would in an offlane position where Night Stalker is traditionally played, and that means you can get the dagger faster, you can get the BKB if you want to, or you can go a totally different route, like what Jenkins was saying. Maybe you look toward the Ags here. Could be very interesting as somewhat of a solution to the PL and being more of like a team fight hero. So. Like you said, I love Night Stalker. The time that I played this is is quite long gone. I haven't played it much in the last few years, but it's very much a timing hero. Like you want to get something done with your nighttime, and that's where I see a potential downside for the lineup of Team Bald here, is that they don't really have the most amazing heroes at pressuring towers when it's night. Night Stalker really enjoys tower diving and taking advantage of his vision to set up his teammates, right? That's why you see it paired with, say, some sort of pushing hero. You see it paired with Tinker, these heroes where it's just like, as long as you guys give me vision, I'm going to own everything. I guess Lena is a bit in that direction, but not fully. But yeah, to me, the biggest question mark is what items does he buy? Like, I'm curious. I don't know what I would buy here on a nice carry. It's different.
I mean, surely you still go for the armlet, right?
You could. You could also bypass it entirely and do some sort of a rushing build where you go, like we talked about, Axe is a possibility if he wants to go for that. If he does want to right-click, I think Armlet is the item here. But I'm just opening up for the possibility that he doesn't have to do that because he has a potential carry Lena mid. We saw how much damage Rajic did last game at the Pango. So there's other options. He could also go Maelstrom.
No. No.
It's playing against PL, and it's a farming item for Night Stalker. You're pretty good at tech.
During the day.
You're good at tech speed at nighttime.
Sure, at nighttime, but at nighttime you're not hitting the creeps. But I guess you're right. Killing the PL, they're definitely gonna have some means.
It's a possibility. I don't know if he's gonna do it, but this mid matchup has always been pretty interesting to me. Lena against Puck. I feel like it's had its phases. There was a time when Puck was considered clearly favored in this matchup. I wouldn't say that's the case anymore. I think nowadays it's more of an even matchup. Maybe even slightly Lena favored, perhaps. Lena doesn't really lose many lanes nowadays at all. This is one of the more competitive ones, for sure. We'll see how that one goes. And then top lane, no surprise really. Exact same lane as last game, just that the Ursa is at PL. And that should make it a lot easier for Rajix. And he did great last time, but there's not much pressure on him with this lane. Like, what's PL Grim gonna do to you?
Yeah, they're not gonna kill.
It's not really that much of a threat. Like, Ursa was way scarier than this is. So I think Rajix is gonna be off to a great start once again.
Yeah, I mean, he had a great game last game, so now we can expect to see him deal even better with the matchup this time. And yeah, looking back at some of the builds, I think Gorg sometimes he goes for the Midas. Is this a game where it could get away with the Midas, do you think?
It could. It's one way for Night Stalker to stay, I wouldn't say on par with other carries, because I think usually you are going to lose on net worth, but it's a way to stay relevant. Is it good here? I don't know. Like, the trade-off is obviously you're missing a timing, right? You're delaying your items. Oh, nice stun here from Tanner bottom lane. Good harassment coming in on both of them. I wouldn't like to see the Midas, to be honest.
Sure. I mean, other stuff he seems to have done, like Echo BKB, stuff like that.
Something like that could be fine. I think the armlet path is fine. I think, again, I don't know this. I don't know how good Maelstrom is on carry Night Stalker, if it's at all useful. Like, maybe it's terrible and you never buy it under any circumstances. I feel like this is the type of game where if it is ever good, this would be one of them, right? You're against PL, you're playing carry, you have a good laning matchup overall. I think he's going to be, well, not favored, but he's going to do fine. Night Stalker doesn't really win lanes usually, so given the circumstances here, you should probably get like even farm with the PL roughly in the beginning, so could be a thing. Nice telekinesis there from Pablo is going to break the Spirit Siphon bot, and obviously only one charge of that unsymmetrical, so can't really follow up on that. Yeah, this should be a pretty quiet early game, right? Like, no lanes really have kill potential for the most part, especially not the bottom lane for Radiant and the top lane for Dire, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, top lane Radiant could look for LeBron.
Okay, they have plenty of kill potential apparently with Grim PL.
Yeah,
I have to say I caught the last 3 seconds of that. I don't know how that possibility even opened up.
I mean, he kind of got in and he looked confident.
He must have Sakuchi'd something pre and then played aggressive after.
He was blocking off the escape from the Grimstroke, but then suddenly they did a lot more damage to him than those two could do back.
So he Sakuchi's in here.
And he blocks him.
Oh, and he starts fighting. I see, okay. Yeah. So essentially, Radix didn't have his spells ready, so essentially Ixen just killed himself here. Yeah. That's just flat out a mistake. It happens. I like the idea that he had. I like what he was going for, but it seems like he didn't cross-check with Radix that he was ready for the go. And Radix obviously going for Javelin here, so he has tons of damage when it is go time on the Pango. I actually think they might end up just dominating them up here now. This Swash, oh my goodness, that's good damage. Bronze dead.
I mean, that's only going to get more painful for into the breach up on this top lane.
They need to make sure they don't line up their heroes. Like, Phantom Lancer and Grim can't play close because then they get hit by both the shield crash as well as the swashbuckle, which happened there. But even if it's just the swashbuckle, like, it's insane value for Radix to hit 2 heroes with that. It's going to do like 400, 500 combined damage with 1 spell. And then he can do that, you know, over and over again as long as he gets some mana out. Mangoes, he has a stick. He might even almost kill Coma here if he just tries to.
If he gets a few procs with the Javelin.
Could get it done. He's not going to try for it, respecting that Coma might react on time with the doppelganger. It has 1 charges too. I don't think it's too dangerous with the turnaround potential. I don't feel like PL Grim are suddenly just going to kill him there with Weaver on backup, but he's going to hold on to his mana.
Well, we're seeing some tough stuff as well in the mid lane. Excalibur, he's been crushed it pretty hard. We saw he was able to make the move over. He took the 3-minute bounty away from Azantic and also a stack small camp. He was able to clear that away from the puck as well. So getting a heavy CS lead in that mid lane.
Yeah, I would say, like I said, I think this matchup might be slightly Lina favored nowadays, but I don't think this much. Like, your Lina is 700 net worth ahead minute 5. It's going to be 500 with this wave dying up to Azantic, but Excalibur doing very, very well here. Just ramping up very nicely, so that's a big plus here for Team Bold. 1k gold up minute 5.
Yeah, big
just
lead
raw lane wins. Top and mid. Gorg is slightly behind bot, or well, he's breaking even, and that's Night Stalker. If you're breaking even in lane as Night Stalker, you're generally doing fine. Like, and he might even find a kill here.
He's gonna try and go for it.
Stick charges. Fine.
Yeah, Gorg's now he's got to run.
Yeah, they actually don't have any regen for him. He has his own sticks and a raindrop.
Is under attack.
Hearing the swarm top.
It's only getting nastier into the breach here.
Didn't go for the double there. I thought Radix was going to try to hit them both. Just hoping for a proc.
The stick charge there from Coma and Radix.
He's dead.
He's gone. They do get the trade, yeah. Ixen picking up the XP and the kill. As he Shakuchi's over to Coma.
And he gets earned charges there. Just big. Laguna Blade. Tanner's dead. In 1 hit. If that was a miss, he would have lived.
I was going to say, he was holding back that Excalibur because he really wanted the last hit on that. And he does get it. So gold continues to fly in for Excalibur, having a much smoother start to this game as he did in the last one. And of course, he had that bit of a slip up against Kunkka in the laning stage. This time round, he's definitely ruling the mid lane against Azantic.
Gonna go for the Travels Rush with 2 nulls, pretty standard. Travels into BKB is what you see Linas go for in most games, and in this game BKB is just mandatory. You can't really make a core Lina build without BKB against these heroes. You have to get it against Nyx Puck. It's also good against Grim and DP Silence. It's good against PO Diffusal. It's just a no-brainer, absolute no-brainer for Excalibur. So he's gonna get that for sure.
Bottom's gonna die. Yeah, getting the kills here, Gorgon Pablo. Top lane, move was made. Azantic able to get over and lock down Radix, making moves with that haste that he's been able to bowl up. Just trying to free up some space and get the pressure taken off Coma top lane.
They're trying to poke and prod bottom as well. That's symmetrical here. He's still got 3 raindrops left and some 1 charges, so he's pretty strong. Night Stalker, obviously one of the melee heroes that can just disconnect from a Spirit Siphon. So I think poking and prodding the DP and making Spirit Siphon charges have to be used is actually pretty valuable. The problem is Gorg doesn't have any regen item. He's not going for the armlet, at least not yet. He's going phase boots. So if he had, let's say, a Helm of Iron Will, then he could just trade, right, all the time with this DP and just regen it back up. But right now, if Gorg were to take a trade with DP where Siphon gets used, he might come out on the losing side in the end. So it has to be a little bit more selective with when he tries to go for anything. So we've seen they've already had to buy extra regen down bot. He's actually out of mana. I wonder what he's going to do here. This is such an awkward spot for Night Stalker, right? Like you're 8 minutes in, you have ult, you have no mana, and you're stuck in the bottom lane. It's not kind of what you feel like you should be doing something, right? But there's just nothing to do right now.
See Radix. Not going to catch him with the Rolling Thunder, but it does cause LeBron to have to hold his position and therefore will still be able to take him down. He's going to push Radix very close to his Maelstrom. Especially with this early Maelstrom, it is going to mean that PL is going to have to stay away from the fights for a long time.
It's got to feel bad for Gorg, actually. I don't think he minds it that much, but like running all the way back to base from bottom lane just to get mana and a Windlace, and then get back out again. I think in this situation, maybe you could have ferried out 2 Clarities or Mango or whatever and just stayed bot. Like, you essentially spent 30 seconds just refilling your mana bar, right? Could have done that with a little bit of gold and got a full wave of experience bottom. Then instead it's going to TP down there, and Symmetrical's already getting to work. Actually, Ixen could be in trouble here. No skill pot in silence, though. Oh, he's still dead.
Do they get the stuns now onto him? And
Raindrop!
He's going to live. And now they've managed to trap Symmetrical in the trees. He needs help. He's got the Siphons healing him up, and it is enough.
I clipped! Oh! It's over low.
He's got no TP. He has no...
That's the Gorg special, though.
He's
used to that.
They didn't see him with the orb.
If anyone knows how to play without a TP, it's Gorg.
Whoa.
Yeah.
What?
Okay.
What
Whoa.
Whoa. What dimension am I in?
Was that
what
Effie?
happened?
Was that Effie at the replay?
Like, what?
Radiant's bottom tower
Where am
is
I?
under attack.
What time is it? What year is it? Back to the bot lane.
Is this live?
Yeah.
I don't know what to trust anyone. What images are we seeing here? Is this real?
I'm so confused.
Slacks tripped over a cable.
How did we reverse life? Well, talking about reversing life, not quite possible yet for the Weaver. Ixen still short on the level 6. Got that time lapse and back on the action down bottom.
Regeneration.
Trying their best to hold this team bot. They don't want to let it one go.
I like this a lot from Team Bald. I think in many situations you give up that tower when, you know, DP is there with ult and puts all that pressure, but they identified that it was nighttime, Night Stalker had something to give, and if they bring enough heroes they can hold it. I think that's worth it. Of course, PL is the biggest winner in all of this, just being completely uncontested and building his way towards a pretty well-timed defusal here. Probably looking at like 12, 13 minutes for that with treads is a very admirable time.
Got the setup, the gap closes there, and the damage is done.
Too far.
And we'll have this combo to get some, you know, we're seeing a really solid initiation between Azantic and LeBron. Buffing up the puck and getting him in on the front. Got to be careful of that gap close and setup. Sticking around, wants to keep holding this, clearing the waves out.
He's starting to run out of mana. Is he sending mana? Yeah, he's sending a Clarity. Very good.
Radiant's bottom tower.
I like this a lot from him. Like, just, you know, delay what you can. It is going to inevitably fall here, but it is causing them a lot more trouble and taking a lot more time than they would like. Now finally they do get it on their puck, but it's not just that you get the tower, right? But the fact that there's a little bit of defense actually makes you inherently bring more heroes to attack, right? Like they needed some sort of protection, because imagine only the DP is pushing the tower though, you're just susceptible to dying. Like Tango can just go with +1 and maybe find a kill there, and your push fails. So you're bringing extra resources, and that in turn is freeing up the top lane for Ixon to get some extra farm toward the Vessel. Very good item against DP, of course. And Gorg is playing Daystalker, which is obviously one of the worst heroes in the game. So he's in the jungle for a while.
And as long as sort of Excalibur and Radix can hold the lanes, it should be fine.
Tanner. Good pressure onto him. He's dead. Wow, they actually killed him in a stun lock.
And nicely done there, Pablo, with the steal.
Top tower is under attack.
Now the push comes in, bottom lane. Looking for Radix. The Phantom's embrace. Radix, is he able to roll out? He's not. Coil's going to be dropped by Xantic. They don't want to let that kill slip away. Well, they take him out. And those items starting to fly out now for the PL. Diffusal is done.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Excalibur also looks to probably want to avoid fights until that BKB is now
Tanner keeping top to defend. It was a solo Night Stalker pushing, so very easy defense here for him. Nice decision to show up there. Of course, Night Stalker at this point does have his ult ready, so he needs to be a little bit cautious not getting overdove, and it does seem like the plan here from Bald is to double down on getting this tower. They've brought up Radix with the TP. Currently hidden, but now he's going to show, and this is a very telling push. They know Night Stalker is here. Oh, they're actually going to TP in resources.
They want to dive in. Tanner. See if they can get him. See Symmetrical coming out of the Exorcism, pushing away Pablo. Now he's able to hold him back from telekinesis, and Excalibur's got the damage to take down Symmetrical. Symmetrical goes down. Tanner will fall to the void there of Gorg. Xantic
has been
is able to catch them, and it is Gorg and Radix. They're probably going to back off now. Radix still having a look at from the tree line, but won't want to get back in on this, especially with Koma around and his diffusal blade. They do find Radix in the trees, and Coil is back up. Radix, he's looking pretty dead here. As Radix also taken out into the breach, they'll have a couple of casualties behind the tower, but they do hold it. They hit back hard, and now they're the ones actually pressuring the tier 1 of it, Team Bolt.
Yep. PL can solo push this tower. He could just keep tanking it with illusions and has some pretty significant damage already. Also 4 points into Phantom Rush, of course, is going to make this even quicker. And they're instantly going to smoke after this. Very interesting. Going to try to cut in toward mid, maybe. You know, I like this. There's 1 minute that Night Stalker is garbage, so take advantage, you know. Do a power play. Even if your DP doesn't have ult and is showing bottom, you're still able to collapse onto this mid play. And I don't think Gorg is whatsoever expecting this, so if this orb gives them any intel, it does. Gorg is super dead here. Even wasting out the TP makes it even worse. Weaver TP'd mid and cancelled it, got scared.
But Excalibur.
And oh no!
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's
Bit of a facepalm there.
has been killed.
Actually,
So they weren't TPing in the Weaver, and then he cancelled it, and then Excalibur got caught after Gorg got caught in the same neighborhood. So huge win there for Into the Breach.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Maybe, yeah, Team Bot, they're just trying to start this game off with the same energy they did in game 1. You know, it's all part of the process. As they're about to potentially have some more casualties here. The Soulbite, end of the stun. More kills here for Into the Breach to clean up, as
Radiant's
kind of like in game 1, Into the Breach. They're rolling away with the early game. This is definitely where they seem to be the most comfortable.
Oh, sounds mid. Onto Ixon. I think he will be okay here. It's hard to connect the stun there for the Nyx. Nice little snipe from the Blonde, but LeBlanc. But yeah, it doesn't matter, of course, with the time-lapse full health, so he shows that he's still got the aim. I don't want to get too hopeful, because of what we saw in the last game. They were in a really good position in that one as well, but it does have a different vibe to it in this one with how good of a PL game it is and how far ahead he is, right? And his carry counter matchup is a Night Stalker who I'm still waiting to see why this was worth it.
Sure.
Right?
I mean, Gorg's not at the point yet where he wants to do stuff, you know. He's still getting his build up. He's nearly got the Echo Saber. And he is playing his part here, holding the mid tower. They've got the Stolen Exorcism coming out from Pablo. So Into the Breach are having to back off. Radix, he wants to try and maybe hunt in there for Symmetrical. Symmetrical was low, but with the PL around, Radix knows not to commit further.
You do realize how it sounds when you say Night Stalker is just building up and we're 16 minutes in. I'm like, why did you pick Night Stalker then? If you're building up minute 16 as a carry and it's Night Stalker, you could have built up as another carry, right? Like,
yeah, but Night Stalker's pretty cool, you know.
That's true.
It's about picking the cool hero.
It's very cool, but I would have really liked to. Oh, okay.
That's a dead death prop then. Oh, look at that stolen dream correlate, ladies and gentlemen. Pablo.
Very nice.
We saw it last game on his line, finding the setups. This time round on the Rubik, getting some gorgeous steals, and they weren't ready. Straight back down on them, and suddenly the team fight very much in favor of Team Bolt.
Gorg's caught Tanner sent down here, but Koma is in the neighborhood, so he can't really chase for this next kill. But yeah, so from my perspective, if you're picking Night Stalker carry, right, in this kind of game, you want to make a lot of value out of your first and second nighttime and about your ults. And it didn't really seem like Team Bald got that benefit, so at that point, Night Stalker's just going to look like a wasted pick, right? Like, he's farming this much by necessity, not because they're picking the heroes who, hey man, let's hit creeps for 20 minutes, but the moves that they were making didn't really work out the way they were hoping, and now it's plan B time. But this is really good here. Really snappy coil steal here from Pablo. Super quick. Turns it around on both of them. Very, very nicely done there. And that will net them 2 big kills. Yeah. And a bit of a comeback again.
Already so a big cash influx there for Excalibur getting the triple mid lane goal. Hey, we'll catch him with the X-Well stun. And I've got the follow-up. Goal going down.
Tower is under attack. Dire's top
That'll be the tower as well to fall. More money for Koma. Comes in, gets the last hit upon it. Now even sweeping up towards the top. LeBron at least leading the way with the smoke. Let me see if they can catch more Team Bold, as they know that they were pushing out this top half.
This is what you want to do as Into the Breach now. You've killed the Night Stalker at nighttime, so that's the one key vision here that the enemy team has to try to control this triangle area. So they've got good wards here. Make sure you take away that farm from the opposing team. And now you have 2 options. Either you run up... Okay. Missed the coil. Nice phase shift. And should be fine here. Behold! Well, there's still a bug on him. Nice one. You have 2 options in that position as Dire generally when you're in that triangle area. You either cross down and farm the rest of the enemy jungle and look for a kill there, or you try to pincer the enemy team with the top tier 2 tower, right? Now they do identify that they could just go for the Roche in this circumstance with DP, which is a great read. So they're gonna grab the big objective here and give it to PL, no surprise.
I mean, we'll see. Yeah, Team Bold, do they still want to take a fight? They're coming in from the high ground, but...
Very, very close hitting that silence, but time lapse just in time.
Oh. The old pause there from Symmetrical. Looks like having some more internet issues, unfortunately. But yeah, the smoked up Team Bold, they're in a position where they have the high ground, but now that the Aegis is there on the PL, do you sort of have to hold back on this idea, or can you still try and find something with this move?
As Team Bald or as
Team Bald? Yeah. With the remainder of the smoke.
You do have... I think if you have, you know that Exorcism is down, right? Because otherwise Roche wouldn't have died this fast, and I think you also saw it on a ward. Gorg has ult in 5, and he has finished farming. He has Echo Saber.
He's got his Echo.
So he's
What's
ready.
he going for next? The BKB?
Yeah.
Echo into the BKB. Yeah, this is what he's been doing.
They do. They just have to.
Sort of Echo BKB basher, I think.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing a fight here. Put a Radix's Blink to use and look for a fight. I think going on PL is not the way to go, though. Like, they can't go through his Aegis and get him 2 times with the perspective of this fight. I think killing DP first will be a really, really strong way to enter the fight. DP or Puck.
DP's on the front there. They've got the ward down. Perfect vision for the setup. As Radix will...
Not a good roll. Great soulbind.
Doesn't get the bounce back. And now, indeed, they're able to hold him back. They do still lose Tanner into the breach. Gorg ready to try and run down LeBron. Chases out the Grimstroke. He'll get it. But now he's going to back off. Not going to get a chance. With the coils drop down, Gorg falls. They do get the 2 supports, Team Bold, but losing their own carry.
With how that fight started, I think that's honestly pretty good for them. The roll from Radix didn't manage to get the chain rolls. Oh, they lose another one? Not so good then, but it's still okay. Yeah, the Pango initiation there from Radix, he wasn't able to chain combo. Stuns on TDs, he actually gets to reset and disengage.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Even though Tanner blinked in and got instantly stunned and burst down, got no spells off on the Nyx, they still somehow kind of salvaged the fight with just the brute force of the peel and the puck, as well as the DP disengage. So yeah, I still think this is looking great for Into the Breach. And I'm wondering, I'm looking at the Team Bald lineup right now. The Lina BKB is obviously really big. It's 9 seconds here for Excalibur. I think maybe the timing you're looking for as Bald now is honestly try to slow the game down for a little bit. I know it sounds weird against PL, but I don't think you have a fighting chance into this Aegis timing right now. So you want to wait for Lina to get Shivas and for the Night Stalkers to get BKB, and then you make a move.
Yeah.
Those two item timings align very nicely in this game, actually. They're both roughly the same space away from both items. Given Lina's farm rate being higher than Night Stalker, they should be less than a minute apart.
Oh, top lane, Pablo and Radix, they got to get out.
Okay, Pablo's dead.
Oh, Tana.
He's out of mana.
He's got the job. More money for Coma on his PL.
Yep.
He's getting pretty scary. The difference between the carries farm right now, it's pretty major. This PL is getting pretty out of control. He's going to be well on his way towards the heart. 3k gold in the bank. On top of the Diffusal Manta.
They found Ixon. He has ult. He will not get it off.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Seems to be a pattern. So this is something that Weaver does really... Oh, Gorg's dead.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I feel like every time I see a spot on the minimap and there's a gray dot or olive, whatever color you want to call PL, and it's close to an hero, this kill.
Yeah, I mean,
They just can't get away. Like, their heroes aren't really able to solve this right now, except maybe the Lina. Like, Panko doesn't survive the PL either if he's caught by any silence. He's just going to die 100 to 0 within that silence duration, so only really Lina can keep herself alive. And that's very concerning when you're in that spot against a PL 20 minutes in and he's just starting to kill cores.
Because they need Radix to get off his to survive and get off his spells. They're going to have trouble killing this PL. Gorg on the Night Stalker, he doesn't do anything about the PL. Sure, when he has the BKB, he can lock down other heroes. But the PL, they've got to have that AoE damage of Radix to have any chance of taking down Coma in the fights.
Oh, Soulbind.
So they're getting in on this. They're committing in. Time lapse is out in time. They've got the light strike down onto Coma.
He still has Aegis.
Doppelganger out as well. They're not even quite able to bring him down at once. Coma's able to get away. Wrapped around with the Dream Core behind the tower, but Zantic now heading off. Jumps over to try and burst Dyson. With the silence, they'll catch him. Coma with a second life ready to get back in there. Goes over to Excalibur. Radix does have the Thunder up, giving some protection for the rest of his team. He is locking down Coma underneath the tower. He's thinking about rolling back into this, but yeah, they've got nothing else to fight with. They've got to get back to their base. Team Ball. Oh, Pablo gets tempted out, but as soon as he steps towards Symmetrical, the rest of Into the Breach come crashing down upon him.
This is starting to look like a total beatdown at this point. You really, really, really need this next item timing on Team Bald. You're seeing in that fight how both Lina and Gorg on the Night Stalker, right? They just have to disengage so early. They can't get their spells off. They can't get the impact off that their heroes are meant to have. I think Excalibur does have a chance, but the Soulbind is really what's keeping them at bay for so long. And Lina's BKB eventually expires, and when that's out, you just can't re-engage into these heroes. It's just not.
And look at this Tana.
It's not very likely to succeed. Yep, Gorg has been spotted, as well as Lina's courier. A little random. Gorg with the TP attack. Clutch.
A little bit of a close one there.
It was his brother playing the account there. Made a clutch play and had TP ready.
Yeah.
Now Gorg is back on the account.
Jesus, said Bruce.
Pushing out top. He's having a hard game. Like,
yeah. No,
it's obviously easy to point out and talk about Night Stalker's shortcomings, but this is what happens with this type of hero when it's put in this role and doesn't roll. Like, it's a snowball hero through and through. And Night Stalker's downside as a carry compared to, say, a lot of other, like, let's say, less conventional carries is his wave clear is garbage. The hero just farms slowly, right? Yeah. If you don't buy Midas and you don't buy a farming item, you will be overtaken by any of the meta heroes that are better at farming Ancients than you, better at pushing waves than you, and get more bang for their buck per gold most of the time. So Night Stalker's trade-off is the early moves and the pressure didn't really work out. Oh, Excalibur's gonna get soloed by Zantic.
The tips are out.
Salt in the wound. Zantic looks absolutely thrilled with that. Couldn't care less. Oh, needs to be careful not to get killed here now.
Radix redeem this. Oh, no! So close, yet so far. and
Radiant's
Pablo
middle
died.
tower
Yep,
has fallen.
and this mid tower's gone.
And the base
Radiant's
is
middle
probably
tower
gone as well.
is under
This
attack.
could be a lane of Rex.
Dire
You have the
are
potential to
scanning.
try to defend this, but Pango has no ults. Nightstalker BKB is online, but has been used, so Gork can't really fight either. You stand zero chance at holding this lane.
Radiant's middle
Absolutely
tower
no way.
has fallen.
You need to buy back the Rubik and somehow try to intimidate the enemy team. They're cutting the wave with Weaver. Just not looking too good against Tanner right now, and it's Antic. He is gonna die.
Radiant's middle
We saw this like
barracks are
3
under
times
attack.
last game as well. Just the Nyx plus X is really good at killing Weaver, of course.
Has fallen.
And Weaver's movement in situations like this relatively predictable, right? He has to go and cut the wave, and Nyx is just an
Radiant's
awesome hero
middle
at dealing with that.
barracks are under attack.
Maybe seeing now why Into the Breach are first facing this hero twice in a row now, the Nyx Assassin. Getting a lot of value out of the hero into the Weaver that has been picked by Team Bald in both games.
Oh no, yeah, Gor's, he's struggling. I just know he's really struggling on the level department as well. That's gonna, yeah, it's a hard game for Gorg on the Night Stalker. Whatever plan they did have, Team Bold, it does seem to have fallen away drastically from them.
I think at this point, the Night Stalker can't carry the game anymore. The carries of the game are Pangolier and Lina. Pango is closing in on Ags.
Yeah.
His teamfight impact will be way higher than the Night Stalkers, so I think Gork's job in this situation is to identify his place in the game and not try to carry. And I think he should itemize utility at this point and try to set up his other teammates for success.
Oh, Coil on the three of them. Excalibur get the BKB off, but he's fallen so low on HP. And Koimo will close in upon him. He has got the movement speed, but Xantic's got the final right click to take down Excalibur. Let's see if they can move down on them. There's a big roll from Radix, but no damage really to follow it up. As Into the Breach, they live for it all. They take out the 3 of Team Bold. And they'll certainly be ready to start pushing at the high ground once again. They've already cleaned out the mid melee racks. They can work their way on top. There's still a tier 2 down bottom, but they'll look towards the top half of the map.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And with just 2 of them alive, Radix, no Rolling Thunder, there's no defense to be had. They'll almost certainly have to let at least this Rax go.
Radiant structures
Goes to
are
back up,
falling.
so they've got the push, and it's Antic, he's
Radiant's
diving in,
top
pushing
tower is
back.
under attack.
Radix towards the base. He will make it away, and he's going to have to sit back here and just watch this top lane get destroyed.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Nice coil again.
Gets caught the turn once more. They get out of Pablo and Radix. Radix being leashed up, trying to jump out of side, but Koimo goes in, gets the kill. Goes in with the BKBs on top of Symmetrical. They will take out the Death Prophet. Still certainly got the PL problems. They've got to watch out for Koimo. Spike Carapace catches out Ikes and the Weaver to fall. Koimo grabs another kill, finishes off the range racks. He's thinking about sticking around for the melee with how strong he is at this stage.
Yeah, I don't know how they're going to kill this guy. I think Pango is the only possible way. They need so many chain stuns to get through this 3.3k health. He has 32 armor.
Radiant's top
It's just not happening. Full on disengage.
Oh, they get the racks. They get out.
Barracks. Well, 1.5. They still have range tracks in mid, but this game is... It's one push away from ending. Koma's going to get Scotty now. You could look for the next Aegis, which is about to come up. If you win that fight as Into the Breach, the game will be concluding. There's the Scotty now finished for Koma. 4,000 health, 30 armor pre-Phantom Rush, 36. You need like 4... Lina auto-attacking, Swarm on him, and probably some hits from the Night Stalker as well to get through this PO 100 to 0. And that's under the condition that his teammates aren't helping him very much. So, very, very big problem, dare I say.
Gorg's gonna have the big brain here, queuing up a second BKB send.
How much of a win percentage do you think Gabe Newell is giving Team Radiant right now?
Oh, I
Give me your
think...
best guess.
I'd say Gabe's probably giving them a generous 2%.
All right, you are incorrect.
Oh.
The correct answer is...
Dire are scanning.
Oh, it's 1 now. It was 0 a moment ago.
Hey, there you go. I wasn't a
Oh,
far
it,
off.
it just came off 0. It was 0, I
But
swear.
that's the 1%.
It says 1 on all of these. When I opened it a moment ago, it said 0. Hey, 1%. That's still good.
1% is not 0%. It's infinitely more.
That is not correct.
Isn't it?
Maybe it's correct. I don't know.
How many zeros are in 1? And the maths checks out, Sin. I did maths once.
Never again.
Never. Here we go. Smoke on smoke.
Yeah. Koma will
Probably
break
best
smoke
for
on
Team Bolt
Excalibur.
to
He
run.
has to BKB
Just
here.
run.
Straight
Run.
away.
BKB, TP, get out of there. Oh, no, yeah, there's the TP. Just get out. You don't want to fight this. They're very scary. Back to base for everybody. Maybe not for Radix.
Well, he'll get back to base one way or the other.
Oh, he's got no physical to take him out of the roll. And Gorg's got his BKB. TP out, he's fine. And in fact, they might just kill LeBron. Ike's has got the damage coming in. He will die for this, and LeBron actually is going to be able to heal up enough to stay alive. But all in all, Team Bolt, they got everybody out of there apart from the Weaver. It could have been worse.
Yeah. It also could have been better.
Oh my God.
It could have been more like game one.
But that's not a bad fight for a team that's considered to have 1% chance of winning.
That is correct.
You know, that looked more than a 1%. Oh, Excalibur, his BKB's on cooldown.
Roshan has fallen.
He's fine.
Oh, yeah. He'll get out. It's Antic no coil
Of
rate.
course. He's looking pretty in trouble here.
No, he has no BKB.
Yeah.
He's screwed.
He can run. He's got one charge.
Did you say run?
Run?
It's daytime. He can't run.
Okay, he waddles away.
He can slowly walk up the river.
He's got buyback.
I'm worth so much.
And they've got a tier 2
more.
bottom. They're holding on, Team Bold. Doing the best. They're down 22k. We're still to make a bit of a comeback last game.
Now it's 0.
Is it actually?
Now it's 0.
Radiant's bottom
It
tower
rounds
is
down.
under
It's
attack.
probably like a 0.2.
Gabe saw Night Stalker
Now, they
dying.
don't
He was
deal
like,
in
it's over,
decimals,
man.
but behind the
Radiant's
scenes, there's a
bottom
decimal
tower has
point.
fallen.
Gabe is done. He wants to drop the next patch. It's like, finish it up, guys. I'm dropping
Dude,
the
I'm
patch.
down. Let's get a patch up. That would be great.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I'm sure it's coming out any day now.
Any day. Yeah. Just pass me the copium. There we go. Base push from into the breach. Team Bolt, they'll have the full lineup up. But Koma's pretty scary right now with the heart and the Skadi. And Radix is slowly dying to the silence and the illusions. He needs help, and he needs it now, and he's not going to get it. Radix out of the fight for 50. Nice man to dodge the light stroke away from Koma as they'll push back Team Bolt towards the base. Nice and more buyback. They get the stun onto the puck, and oh, they're able to take it down. That's a Jantic on for 90 seconds. They need a bit more, and yeah, they're calling it. They've accepted the 0%.
They got him.
Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Into the breach. Having a much better time here in this game too.
Yeah, for sure.
And Team Bolt, they try to go with a bit of their own flair. They go with the carry Night Stalker. It
Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team pick. Dire team pick.
League's assassin.
Dire team pick.
Clockwork.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Admiral Tonka.
Radiant team ban.
Timber saw.
I like your moves. I like your style.
Dire team ban.
Oh, let's do this. Oh, let's do
It is game
this.
3 here between Bald and Into the Breach for the Western European DPC League. It is Division 2. You're watching Dream League at Season 16,
10
powered by
seconds
Intel
remaining.
Winter Tour. Yeah, that's it. That's all the things I
5
have to say. And
seconds
now we're going to listen to the
remaining.
wonderful tones of Tigov and Jenkins as they're going to talk about things draft-related for this third and final
Are you about to
game.
make a bold prediction?
I have a question for you guys.
Go.
Who do you want to win this game? Who do you like more?
Ooh.
As much as I would probably lean with the UK lads, I kind of enjoy
10
the Bald
seconds remaining.
gameplay a bit more. So I would probably lean Bald right now, just because they're
5 seconds remaining.
I like
Refreshing.
Gork and all the Gork viewers in chat that would hate all of us. I love that's my streamer.
our streamer.
And it's not just Gork that's our streamer. We have more streamers in there. Also, I think
True.
if Shad was playing, I would root for Into the Breach.
Yeah,
Shad being Dutch and all.
Good point, yeah.
But with the stand-in,
He looked pretty decent last game, though. You know, I gotta
Dire
say.
team ban.
True.
I mean, he's not looking. Coma's not looking bad at all.
No, he's. I'm
But
coming
it's
I'm coming
like-
around to him.
Ban.
I mean, he's a strong player, but he's not.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
He
good.
got it.
Yeah, that's good.
Oh, okay.
Coming around.
Come around. Yeah, sure. Okay, never mind. Let's see what we got this time around. We got Timbersaw over Jix, so he's very happy with that one. Bans were the same ones again. We had Nyx Assassin on the side of Team Bolt Reborn and a Clock Kunkka. So Kunkka back
10
in action for
seconds
Into the
remaining.
Breach.
That is a pesky opening.
That's a nice
5
nice
seconds
timber
remaining.
pick.
The reason why is because often Into the Breach runs the clock in the 5 roll to unlock some Medusa Drow-esque carry. But now because you have this timber, do you really want to put clock in that lane? Unless you have maybe a clock Ursa or something. Maybe you
That
cancel
sounds
it.
weird.
Sounds
That
weird,
sounds
yeah.
weird.
But like still, it's the idea that this timber now you have to answer it, and you have to maybe put the clock elsewhere, or at least give it such a good lane that you can play it.
I think Dusa's a decent carry versus Timber in general, and
Dire
with the clock it
team
would probably be fine. But the thing is, that doesn't deal with Timber in the game, and it looks like that's what Bald is banning out for. They ban the Bat. That just tears through the Timber's armor. And even with the Nyx, which is like a hard counter to Bat, still, it's like Bat and Lesh are like the two probably biggest
10
damage
seconds
Timber counters, because
remaining.
even Ursa Monkey King can be dealt with in lane.
I think
5 seconds
from what you see from
remaining.
draft though, from board, it really feels like they lean on their players to help bring out the most in their draft. Like it's not like one person saying this is what we're going to do, because like you see this timber pick and it feels like Radric's gone. These are my,
He's called this.
these are my
Yeah,
top-
you're 100% right.
And like the bans in the previous 2 games, like when you see this like Nightstalker, pick, even though there's not a PL ban, like they're still banning good heroes.
Yeah,
for that.
you're right,
Like
you're
they're
right.
always thinking. Some, yeah.
I feel like that's become fairly common practice whenever you have this 4th pick, because it's kind of like made its rounds, this idea that you can ban all of these heroes. You pick something and then you like protect
Sure,
it.
you cover it with 3,
you cover it with 3. That's the like language that everybody uses. Like because a lot of heroes that are considered OP in Dota, there are really only 3 like equivalently strong counters to. or 3 that the enemy team is like comfortable playing, for example. So when you think of covering a hero with 3 picks, initially it's like, oh, that's not enough bans, you know, but it actually is oftentimes in terms of what the enemies can play and what's good.
I think into the breach as well with this Kunkka on the second phase, they were maybe trying to flex it between mid and carry, like we mentioned, the idea that maybe Kunkka can play it on the carry role. But now that it's Timber, again, it's like, is Kunkka just going to go straight to the mid lane? They need to pick up a carry.
Yeah, that's true. This kind of forces it into a lane.
And this pick's a lot harder than usual, because often we mention this being your 5. This is now, you have to unflex the clockwork. Is it the 4, is it the 5? If they're going down the route of some ranged carry or something to deal with the Timber, then this will probably just be a 4 position that they have to pick up. Is Hoodwink available? Some type of break, maybe? Like you just hook shot into a break, you kill off Timber, and then hope that you have enough resources to take the secondary fight.
OD is banned. That's another good one against Timber in terms of damage.
Covers them, right?
Nyx covers, Nyx Timber's really good. It covers the bat, covers the Leshrac. They banned the bat anyway because I do think it's good. You get an early BKB. It is good enough. You can probably make it work. But yeah, Nyx Timber does seem like a really damn strong opening.
It just exists. And as well, we haven't really seen it much, but this will be a lane where it's the first time where Bald isn't locked into having 2-1-2. This is going to be a Nyx assassin that will start potentially with his Timber Saw and then quickly move away to open up the map. Or potentially they still pick up some range 4 hero to give Timber Saw some laning threat and then they move away. They actually go the DP themselves. Obviously, that's a little mini meta we got going here.
Okay, I mean, it's tough against Clockwork. That's definitely a good matchup for Clockwork. However, this is a hero that's going to do very well against Kunkka in the mid lane because Kunkka's this big beefy strength guy, and you're just going to siphon him for so much HP. And you know that Kunkka's going to go mid because he's not going to be laning against a Timber. So this makes it so that like maybe you Kunkka off lane. Oracle DP.
This is some tanky stuff. Okay, I mean this is a very good answer to Nyx DP Oracle.
Not so much Timber.
Exactly. If Timber can find the right moves where he can get to the area where Lycan's trying to fight, then you can prevent that engagement. But
10 seconds
Ball doesn't have clean stuns, right? So if Lycan wants to fight in open areas, you're going to be able to run past the Timber Saw and then get onto these backlines. The question is, will Into the Breach take those fights, or will they fight out objectives where Timber's strong? Like,
I feel like Into the Breach really needs to solve the Timber Saw at this point.
They still haven't really answered it at all.
No, none of these heroes do anything to Timber unless he really makes a mistake.
Yeah, Symmetrical is a big off-lane Lycan player, so this does feel like it's going to be mid-Kunkka, Lycan off-lane, Bane Clocker your supports, and then hopefully they'll find the answer with their last pick. Because it's not as if you can counter the Timber from the mid lane. That's not traditionally a thing where you suddenly go, guys, all right, mid-level 6, let's rotate him to the Timber. Let's break down the map quickly.
I do want to point out that Team Bolt Reborn was the team that lost in 13 minutes to a Lycan.
Did they have a Timber Saw?
Radiant team back.
That was Entity, right? But the thing is, also Into the Breach lost in like 19 minutes to Entity. I feel like Entity is just the team that's like beating people and...
That's true.
That's fair. They did not have a Timber, no.
Huskar,
Timber as well.
Okay.
Huskar's kind of back.
I respect it. Okay.
Amar, or ATF, people might know, he has been like fiending this hero. Like when he doesn't get
off lane, Huskar
no,
another role.
He plays another role. But when he doesn't get his off lane, he's like bam, whips out the Huskar.
Okay. Yeah, Oracle Huskar, classic combo right there. But
like Oracle Troll as well right now. I think you have to respect Troll.
Oh, you know what? It's a really good Troll game. It does extremely well against Lycan in lane. You just blind the wolves. You can chain root him. Lycan's not going to get a BKB, especially in the off lane.
And the key thing here is you have the Oracle to cover from the Bane, where if you get ulted on Troll, Oracle ult purges away that Fiend's grip, continue the fight. So yeah, I think Troll is a pretty good option.
Yeah, Troll's looking really solid. They're really thinking about this ban because it's like it's got to be some hero that deals with Timber, right?
Or what they could do, this is way too left field. Some mid Pugner against DP. You just sacrifice the fact that Kunkka will be into Timber, off-lane Lycan, and you just try and push your way out of the game.
Okay, that doesn't sound too bad. Well, it's the highest in-game hero in the game versus Nyx. That does sound kind of sussy.
Some glimmer, yeah. Again, I'm really trying to reach here because again, they don't have an answer to Timber. So you either push yourself out of the game quickly before anyone really gets to make these players, or you find the counter.
I was thinking also like maybe Viper safe lane, but then you have the Oracle who could just rotate to that lane and lane with, against the Viper and just constantly purge the stacks. That's not so good. Like, I honestly kind of feel like you're right at this point, where you just sack the Kunkka and you just say, okay, well, he's like a fast move speed hero and he can cleave the waves, so he can push it out and just kind of do fine. Like, he's going to lose the lane, but he'll do fine. And then pick a hero in mid that can rotate to that lane. But a lot of those are banned.
Yeah, maybe we're also just overthinking the Timbersaw in regards to
team pick.
Van Terrorblade. Okay.
Yeah, only 1 second left on the clock.
Well, for Team Bald, like, this is like the perfect position for Team Bald though, because they can just pick like any category here, and it's going to be able to scale because of the annoyance of Timbersaw. The fact DP will be able to play with confidence with the Oracle, CK or Troll. Ooh, a little
Holy, okay.
All right.
So
the
now,
unkillables. All right.
Yeah, exactly. Now any hero that is good against Timber is like even better in this game because all of those heroes are good against Bristle too. Oh man. This is such a weird draft from Bald. So many heroes you have to deal with.
Okay. This is actually, okay, PA's low-key a banger just because the break rate, the value of Shard in this game. We wanted some type of break or some type of way to eat through them. If you get to the point where you have the farm, some Battle Fury, Deso, Basher, Shard, maybe even like an Ags bouncing around the fight, maybe, but...
Let's do this!
Wow, okay.
It is looking like a relatively free Timber game, though, and I feel like more often than not on this patch, whenever that looks to be the case, it's a stomp. It's not like in previous patches where maybe like the Timber doesn't snowball and take off and own the game, and everybody's really good at this hero in the first few waves. Like, people know how to play the hero. I feel like this is going to be a Timber show for sure.
And the reason why it's like Timber show as well, it's like the fact that Nyx can now leave that, go to jungle, make stacks. Bristle's going to have a great time against Lycan. Bristle can then go to the stacks Nyx made because Timber should have a good game. And that just syncs up for this like 15-minute timing of running over your opponent. But again, we have to respect that maybe PA with these items plus a Shard could punish them. You blow up an Oracle, but yeah.
You're saying a lot of ifs and maybes, and when that happens, perhaps then
that's Dota,
it feels like it's a lot more difficult to execute than Team Ball's lineup. They can just exist.
They have weak lanes that aren't killing anything. They're like all
PA Lycan does sound pretty good though in the late game. Like once you get to the 2-3 item timing, that does sound alright. Like that's pretty good.
Let's see if Into the Breach can fast forward to that game. Dominate then early game should be in the hands of Bald, but we're gonna see how it plays out together with Cinder and OD Pixel.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, game 3 now between Into the Breach and Team Bold Reborn, the deciding match. Ready to play out. Sin, what do you reckon about the approach from both of them this time? We're getting the beefy boys coming out from Team Bold Reborn. Gorg this time, and they carry Bristle back. But on the side of Into the Breach, a lot of physical damage ready to go. Kunkka, PA, and Lycan. If it gets to a certain point, these heroes are going to hit hard.
I do think... I think a lot of the stuff they talked about on the panel is pretty much exactly how this game is going to go down, right? You have one side that really needs to bide their time and get to scale, and the other side that's just exceptionally strong around the 15-20 minute mark, which is, of course, the Team Ball Reborn lineup. I'm going to call them Team Ball this game. They're literally just going to ball up and run at stuff. That's all their lineup does. It doesn't really have particularly much skirmishing power. There's slightly combination plays between the Nyx and Timber, perhaps, but aside from that, it's going to be, all right, we get out of our lanes, we get our key items, we kill Roche, and then we go push towers, right? And I don't know, man. You're playing against Radix, right? This is his best hero in Timbersaw. You give it away first phase. You don't counterpick it at all, in my opinion. I don't think I've seen this good of a Timber game in a very long time. I have a hard time not like strongly siding with Team Bald Reborn in this game. I think Into the Breach have a lot to... They need to solve a lot here, and they're going to give first blood away to Radix, Speak of the Devil. It's going to have even a head start here on the Timber. It will be a 2-for-1 rune trade, as Lycan denied one. So 2 runes go the way Into the Breach, and 1 to Team Bald, and they then get the first blood. So yeah, I think Radix is the game to, the hero to watch in this game. Timbersaw going to be playing together with Oracle. Should be a very easy lane matchup playing into PA Bane. As soon as Timber hits level 3, you can honestly just leave this lane as Bane. Like, Timber can't really die with 2 punch and reactive armor.
Never.
Mid lane we have DP against Kunkka. I would say this is a DP favorite matchup for Excalibur. He did very well in lane last game, Lina against Puck. And then bottom lane, it is Gorg, Pablo with Bristle, Nyx against Clock, Lycan. I think both Bristle and Lycan will farm here. Over time, though, I do think Bristle will pull ahead. He will be able to push out the lane, and he can go and farm hard camp. Maybe even look for a kill if he goes for an aggressive build with Point and Goo early. It's not out of the question. Like, Clocked Lycan sounds like a pretty damn terrible lane if you think about it. Yeah, they don't have really good synergy. They don't have any kill potential. They're just there. So I think Gorg will, at the very least, be free farming here.
And I guess certainly over on that side of things, you know, you say on the top lane, the off lane, for Team Bold, there'll be a point where Radgets can be left alone. Does that ever really come about for Symmetrical, or is he going to need to have Tanner by his side down here?
He needs Tanner here, for sure. As soon as Gorg gets any skill point in Goo, if he starts gooing and running at the Lycan, he has to TP out, but he can't do that against Nyx. So if Clock isn't there as like a wall in between them with Cogs, they will find the kill. And an added insult to injury here for the Lycan is also, it's really difficult to control your wolves in this lane. As soon as Bristle hits level 3, I think 3 Quill Sprays will kill the wolves from full HP. So he almost kills both of them there with level 1 Quill. And that also effectively means that Symmetrical will be struggling to find farm because he can't use his wolves for the last hit advantage that Lycan usually wins or equalizes the lane by, as Gorg can easily shove them out. You see currently 11 for 0 against 5 and 4. So has found a couple denies, but Gorg easily going to be winning this on the net worth, no problem. Good harass there. Pablo going to skill Mana Burn on level 2. I think it's a very good choice. Lycan, obviously fully dependent on the wolves like we talked about. Mana Burn him out. He can't summon them. It's going to be very, very easy for Bristle here.
Yeah, Gorg should be feeling pretty good. And you feel like overall the Bristle pick really fits the style that Team Bold want to play.
I think it's fine. I think they're kind of doubling down on an idea. If we want to bring up last game as an example, they had like a different approach to that game. I know what they were going for. It didn't really work. I think in this game, the strategy is a lot more straightforward. And there were 2 ways of taking this. One was getting a hyper carry and letting Timber and DP just set the tempo and let that hyper carry scale. And the other one is doubling down on this insane mid game, which is what they've done. I think both approaches are completely viable. It's about knowing how to play it and executing it with the right timing. So, and I do think they made a really good call identifying that this was the kind of game that you can ball in, because Timbersaw and DP's matchups in this game are just so excellent that you should be able to pull it off if you do it right. It's not, you're not like really second guessing yourself a lot in the draft. You're like, can we really do this, guys? Is it too all in? Doesn't really feel all in to me. It's also not, you're not losing the game minute 30 if you haven't taken racks, right? Like your lineup can still scale here. Timbersaw, DP, and Bristle all have late game potential. Nice harass here from Tanner. The wolves will die though.
So Tanner done. He might just be dead. He's got a fair few Quill Spray stacks up on him. Yeah, he's gone. Easy turn there for Team Bold.
Well, it wasn't nice until it wasn't nice anymore.
Yeah.
So, Gorg's gonna get full HP here. Salve and Drink of Health. Gonna be quite telling what build he goes. I think what I would like to see here is just Vanguard straight Ags. Just be full on this.
Oh yeah, Vanguard's very good here.
Just like the siege tank, right? Get the Vanguard against the Lycan and the Pia and the Kunkka, and then you just go Ags so that you hit this mid-game timing around minute 15 to 20, where your entire lineup just goes together, kills Roche, and then pushes high ground. You put Goo on every enemy hero together with Death Prophet ult. It's really, really strong as a combo, so I think that would be a great solution here.
Yeah, and I guess that really is the thing as well, right? For Team Bold, when they're coming in with these pushes, the deep push, it's just not really there from Into the Breach's heroes, right?
I think what Into the Breach need to do, on the other hand, is you need to, first of all, get Lycan his Helm of the Dominator, right? And I think you want to try to split up the map so that you're constantly forcing Team Bold Reborn to not group up.
Yeah.
That's got to be the name of the game, is avoiding that almost on paper unwinnable team fight. It almost feels that way. You don't really want to count them out that easily, but heavily favor team fight for the Radiant. So the Dyer's lineup, your goal is Lycan split pushes, you have Kunkka pushing out waves, you have Clockwork rocketing out waves, and just creating chaos around the map so that Team Bold Reborn never get to just go and do that Roche or go and take that tower that they want to. So I really think Symmetrical's Lycan is actually the key hero in this game. Unfortunately, his laning stage is not going all too well. Also not terrible. He has 19 CS to Gorg's 34 now, of which some are wolves. So, and yeah, Radgets is free farming. He's level 5, 3 points in reactive armor. There's nothing that's going to stop him up here at all.
I mean, once he's 6, can Koma really lane here?
I don't think so. Not for very long, anyway. It's not just him either. Ixon is also here for some serious magic burst. Oh, might have overstepped. Really good identification here from Coma. That's an easy punish for him, but he needed to make that call quickly and recognize that that was just a freebie. Nicely done.
Incoming!
Dire's courier has been killed.
See around the 6-minute rune here. It's going to end up dropping top, so Excalibur, he'll take that DD rune. And he'll be on the look for potential to take this tower down if the chance arises. Still holding on to that skill point.
Yep. Would love to see a Nyx gang go to the Kunkka here together with Oracle. This is a really good play from Bald if they pull it off. They might not get the full tower, but they will force so much rotation from the enemy team that they're already starting to take charge of the game.
Yeah, it's going to be a heavy push with DD, Exorcism, and a Siege Creep if they want to commit.
Yep. Until Ads is aware that this is not a 1 DP push here.
So what backup they bring in? LeBron is going to head over, but he's just seeing it. Xantic struggling to get in onto Excalibur. The tower.
They can't hold it.
It's going to be.
Just don't have anything.
Falling so quickly.
Great stun.
Beautiful stuff from Pablo. Comes in, and that's going to set up for taking down Xantic and probably Tanner as well. As the Ghosts continue to chase him, the Siphon continues to drain him down. Pablo, I mean, he's been doing it 3 games in a row so far. Some great support play. And that's the tower gone. 7 minutes in. All, starting to, completely on track really for Team Bold's game plan in the early game here.
For sure. I think this is it's a very straightforward position to be in, right? Every exorcism is just a tower. That's what it feels like. It's a tower.
Yeah, how do they hold?
The Dire lineup's team fight is literally Kunkka. So if Oracle is in position to protect whoever gets X-marked, I don't think it's going to be that challenging for the foreseeable future for Team Ball to just take objectives. That's a very dead. Clockwork up top, Whirling Death. Easy work here for Radjix. I think what you do here, you start pushing top with these heroes. Timber can take this tower on his own. You don't even need to go and exo that. Just save it for something else. DPP can either look to exo top tier 2 or can look to Roche when Bristle has a couple of points up in the goo. And you just keep pushing waves, keep putting pressure, and avoid getting killed. Just don't die, lol. It's not too difficult until the support's hit level 6 on the Dire, and we're at least 2 minutes off that. Clockwork is level 3. That is rough. Tanner has nowhere to gank right now. Really will need the tome, and that means in turn Bane has to take lane experience to get level 6. I wonder, it's in moments like these that it would be really interesting to hear team communication, right? Like, I wonder what the Dire plan is right now, because for me, I'm looking at the Radiant's plan and I don't need to hear them say anything. Like, I feel like I can just watch this game and I know what they need to do and what they're going to do, right? But what are the Dire thinking in this moment right now? Like, what do Into the Breach want to do? Are they like, okay guys, are they like stressing out, we need to push bottom, we're losing the map? Are they just like, just chill guys, just farm up, we're going to get PA fat and then we're going to win this game with Lycan ult or Ags?
I think that's got to be what it is from Into the Breach, right?
It's just a very... like, it's a simple game plan, but it's also very, very prone to error. If anything goes wrong when you're playing like that and you lose a couple of heroes, you can very easily just lose the entire map, right? This is a good push. They're going to use Lycan, the key hero of the game, as we mentioned earlier. He's going to use his Helm the Dominator and a Satyr Banisher, just going to push the tower. Now, usually what Lycan wants to do here is he either wants to dive mid with Shapeshift and kill someone there and then take mid tower, or he wants to keep pressuring bottom relentlessly and force the enemy team to rotate down there all the time. I think that approach is probably better this game. The mid play is unlikely to work against the Radiant lineup. The heroes are just too tanky to dive, so keep playing this bottom lane as a split pusher and farm Axe, I guess? Do you even want Helm of the Overlord here? I don't know. I think that's too slow. I think he needs Axe for his PA.
I mean, the one about, because PA is going for the Battle Fury build, so they do want to, kind of sit AFK for a fair bit and hope that Team Bolt don't take too much from them.
I wonder if they can pull that off. We're talking 20 minutes of stalling. We don't want to get there. Shapeshift. Nightmare into grip on Gorg.
And he's got the Vanguard, which is helping him out quite a bit, but the turret boat coming down.
I actually think he could have saved him. But it looked like a team call to just let me die, right? But I think Ixon could have made it there in time with Fate's Edict and a heal, blocked the entire boat damage, and Gorko turn around. I think he actually could have lived. But that's good for Into the Breach. They needed something. It did cost them a Shapeshift and a Fiend Script, but at least, they kill a core, they stall out, they bite some time. Imagine Symmetrical just goes straight back down to bottom lane, keeps pushing that in. Tanner is getting some much needed space on the Clockwork top. He finds his level 6 now, almost level 7. I think Clockwork's job in this game is find Oracle, right? Like that's all you gotta do. Oracle, maybe Nyx in some edge cases, but if you jump on any of the other 3 heroes, you actually just kill yourself, right? You don't want to jump Timber most of the time. That's really bad. Bristol is almost unkillable for you. And the DP, you're just setting up a free siphon for her with Oracle behind. So yeah, you gotta isolate supports. It's your #1 priority all game, pretty much.
We'll see LeBron coming out with a solo smoke to do some D-warding here by the looks of it.
Gorg is going Crimson Guard.
Oh, the Crimson Rush.
Yeah. Okay, that's a bit more all-in than the Ags.
Dire's middle tower
I think they, they want to
attack.
go all in. They know this PA is building a Battle Fury, and they want to end it. They want to get these early items, these auras, and run down lanes and head up to the high ground as soon as possible.
Ironically, I think the Ags is a better item for ending the game quickly, to be honest. I think the Crimson Guard is solving a problem that they don't really have. I guess he's buying it because he wants to protect his Oracle from the Lycan, right?
Yeah, from the summons. And,
but it's not really necessary to protect the Oracle from the Lycan with items. I think you're protecting it with heroes. If either Timber or Bristle is close to Oracle in the fight, the Wolves die too fast. Or just, you know, even if you kill the Oracle, a lot of the times, like, so what, right? Can you kill the next hero? If you kill Oracle, usually it leads to something. But I still need to see how they're going to get the next step in the fight. I'm going to protect Ixen here. Nice hook shot.
Yeah, straight over towards the Oracle. He's caught in the cogs. Ixen gets taken out. Will be able to get the false promise off in time on Radix. Radix backing away. Sees Symmetrical looking from the side, but he's not able to get in on this. The 3 cores standing hand in hand there on Team Bold. It's not a three core moment that you want to run into as a Lycan.
That's nice from Into the Breach, though. They get us, even if it's only the Oracle, it's buying time. They didn't lose the tower. Exo wasn't used, though, so I think, yep, it's Roche time. You know, you just go.
Yeah, you know, they're not going to stop you. There's no hook shot.
This Roche is gone, but despite that, I still think it's good from Into the Breach to make this move at mid. I think they're destined to lose this Roche in this game. I don't think their lineup will ever get the first one. So now the challenge is to prevent Team Bald from using this Roche to get something really important. Like if you can hold, let's say you hold all your tier 2s for another 10 minutes, I think you have a really good shot at this game. And in my opinion, the hardest part of this game starts in 2 minutes when DP has Exo again. So you need to brace yourselves for that. PA is close to Battle Fury, 400 gold away, so that's a timer that's ticking now. Lycan will go Helm of the Overlord once again. Not sure about that choice, if it's the right one. It might be very good. I do see some heroes that deal with the Ancient Creep pretty well, right? DP, Bristle, Timber, all handle it pretty well, but maybe it's just that added pressure on the other side of the map, right? Like forcing rotation is the logic for Symmetrical here. I hope it's not just, you know, straight up autopilot. Oh, I'm Lycan, I'm buying this item every game, right?
I'm sure he's thought about it, you know, he's done the calculations.
Yes,
I like the split push approach. If that's what he's going to use it for, I can definitely see it working out for the extra pressure. And I would imagine it's Ags after that. Clockwork. Nice cogs. You can just TP out. Oh. Alright. Space.
Alright, and Battle Fury's done. So the farm will continue. And is this a game when...
Nice, Gork changed his mind.
What's he got?
He's going Ags.
Hey.
Listening to the stream.
He was it, yeah. He agrees with your send. And he's going to have a good time halfway there. But then, so you feel with the Vanguard and the Ags, that is a point where Team Bold are going to be very strong of just being able to push and just charge in at any sort of attempt from Into the Breach to hold a tower.
Oh, Lycan has to shapeshift defensively. That always feels bad. He's using it just to get away. Yeah, I think so. Get Gork his Ags. DP gets Kaya Sanj, and you can honestly just go off that. Gork should be totally fine here. Ixen just needs to run away.
They're going to try and go with a hook shot.
He's not going to be able to do anything.
And he's got the Aegis Gorg, of course.
They can't kill him even once. I don't think so.
Yeah.
Dick.
And Ixen's ready with backup as needed. Good grip actually from LeBron. Going to stop Ixen from being able to get in, and they will be able to take down the 2 of them. As they wrap around, they have the hoot stop from the Centaur. With the Aegis gone, see if Gorg can fight back in with the help of Pablo. As Radjik's coming in, they'll have the control for LeBron.
That is still very good for Into the Breach. They got rid of the Aegis. I think what made that so successful for them was, so I was saying they couldn't kill Gork once, and I actually think they couldn't. The reason they find this kill is that they wrap around the Oracle and find Ixen before the ulti comes out. So if the Oracle ult goes out on the Bristle there and then he gets gripped, Gork doesn't even die once. But they managed to set it up in such a way that Bane found Oracle just in time before the save comes in. And that's the ideal scenario, so very well done for them. Gonna be counterglyphing this top wave. I think this tower is going to fall now. There's no shapeshift, no ghost ship, no grip. So they get the Aegis, but they will lose the tower. So this Timbersaw peak hour. It's gonna tank it non-stop. Gonna get healed by Ixen as well.
And the breach. Right. Take the opportunity to take that mid tower down.
Oh, Pablo's finding Lycan. This could be big.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They are gonna start TPing in some help for this kill. They know he doesn't have shapeshift if they've kept close track. At this point, it's probably a guess for them whether he has it or not, but they're just going to assume he doesn't. 5 seconds. It's about go time now if they want to find this kill. It's a good nightmare.
He's not gonna be able to get it off there. Purifying Flames and Eclipse Swarm take him out. And they've got the creep wave pushing in, so we'll see if they want to try and go for the tier 2s. Symmetrical trying to use the creep here to cut waves, but a wave's already been let past, so Team Bolt will be able to get some damage done to this mid tier 2 tower. Goes out from Excalibur, he's ready to commit for this objective and keeps on track with this, early objective timing. Diving as well, they've got the catch on to LeBron. Gonna try and run. Turns with the brain sap, but the siphon from Excalibur. Goes swinging his way down, but he's got the sound. A little bit of mercy there from Excalibur as he lets LeBron live, doesn't want to dive further. Focuses his attention back on the tower. So another lane where they've cleared out both the tier 1s and the tier 2s. Now just need to work on the bottom one.
It's understandable. He didn't have Oracle and immediate backup, so if he overdives there and gets caught by a hookshot or something in the base, he could actually die trying to kill a Bane 5. Like, is that even worth it? Probably not worth taking the risk, so it's unfortunate he didn't fight the kill there, but doesn't really matter that much for him. Like in Shapeshift, they found Radix. They're really committing to this one.
Shifting tank it down, and Ixen has got the false promise and it's ready to go. Up to the high ground, Radix is away. Ixen will go down. LeBron's got the control of the Fiend's grip. Radix, another timber change to the side, and for all the regen that he has, it's enough to help him live. After the false promise comes to an end, another drag back with the X-Mark, but they don't land the torrent, and Radix is able to break away once more. Timber chain down to the loadout, he's out of there. Gord has been left behind though, and he will die, surrounded by into the breach. Gord gets left on the high ground.
This is something that Team Bald needs to pay a lot of attention to with their lineup, right? They're really, really strong as a unit, but if they get into any outnumbered fights, like 3v5, 4v5, or 3v4 like this, the damage that they have takes quite a bit of time to deliver, right? They had a DP with no ult, so she left and went top. Timber is overcutting bottom with protection from Ixen. In that situation, you either just cut your Oracle and you're like, whatever. We force a rotation and Timber stayed alive. Or you commit to the fight fully and then you have more heroes. But they were caught in this like awkward limbo in the middle, and that is going to net the Dire 2 kills and some much needed breathing room. I mean, we keep talking about this narrative like they're under a lot of pressure. It doesn't really feel like the Team Bald Reborn lineup is pressuring them as much as I was expecting.
I mean, honestly, I'm looking at this PA and I feel that this hero is going to carry. You know, it's the top of the net worth, despite the fact that Team Bald have tried to take away map control with these early tier 1s and tier 2s. This PA is still in prime position to carry a few more items underneath the belt of Coma, and this is not going to be an easy hero to deal with. Do you like this sort of build-up as well from Coma this game, rather than sort of this Deso BKB, going for the Manta Skadi?
I don't know how good I think the Manta is. Is he just wants a value item to remove DP silence, I guess? Because like you said, you could just consider going for something else, right? You could just go into the Deso, you could get BKB for value against Timber. I understand why he doesn't want BKB, to be honest. I don't know if that's that good, but Deso Satanic could be a thing.
The Skadi's going to be very effective, right? A lot of tanky heroes
very good here,
where the regen's going to be working strong. So with sort of the Skadi and the PA shard alone, that's going to destroy some of the heroes the Team Bald have if Coma can get to that point.
Makes you wonder if he could have gone Skadi straight away instead of the Manta in between.
I mean, he might go Yasha Skadi.
It doesn't look like it. He still has the recipe cute. He's
true. Okay, finishing it.
But yeah, Yasha Skadi wouldn't necessarily have been bad either. Yeah, he just wants to ramp it up. They're going to take the top tower. And now Team Ball Reborn gonna go bot.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, it does
Radiant's
feel
top
like
tower is under attack.
every passing minute. The fact that Team Ball Reborn have only been able to find 7 kills in 21 minutes. They've taken every tower now. They need the next Roche, and then they need to break high ground with that.
Yeah,
if that fails, it's starting... Like, I just imagined they would be in a better position at this time in the game. But it is starting to... Time is starting to tick. The reason I didn't mind them even going slightly later is I think their lineup can inherently deal okay-ish with the PA if they're all farmed, but they're getting out-farmed as well, right? So it's not like... They're not only... They're only getting the towers. It's the only advantage they're finding in the game right now. Pablo is gonna find symmetrical, and he should live. Missed the Whirling Death, and he's out. For shapeshift. And they killed me. Maybe? Maybe not? No, they have no Yule.
That's all right. I mean,
it's rush time though.
Yeah, that's true. Team Ball are in position for this. So they get this, and as you say, with this Aegis, you feel that they do need to be breaking the base.
You get the shard too. I think you give it to Timber, right? I think Flamethrower is probably better than Hairball.
Yep.
You want the push power, right? You just want as much as possible to just destroy these towers.
No, for sure, yeah. I think
I think Flamethrower is really good. He has enough mana to support it as well. He does have Soul Ring and Lotus.
Oh! He's nice quite nicely, but not quite good enough. Tana not able to get the steal there as Team Bolt, they get the kill and they get the Aegis on Radix.
They get the Aegis on Radix?
I've taken both.
True.
I mean, maybe a bit of panic there because obviously the steal was being attempted, but also obviously they know that Radix, he's going to be the one on the high ground hitting the tower.
Yeah, since they give him the Flamethrower, the Aegis has a lot more value on him, right? Because now he can actually threaten the base. So I think it's okay. I think if they had free choice, they would still probably given it to Gork, but...
Well, that was the Fiend's Grip use, so they're not going to have the Fiend's Grip for this defense.
Yeah. This is probably just a flat-out high ground go from Bald, and
what is that noise?
It's a Bane grip on. It's a bug that happens sometimes when Bane grips something. Well, the game could literally end in 2 minutes.
I mean, this
or could go for another 30.
This is the test here for Team Ball's job. Have they reached the point where they can close it up? There's a tier 3 going down very quickly. Onto the racks. Can into the breach hold against this, or Team Ball hit the timing perfectly. Getting away with quite a bit of damage so far, Team Ball. Into the breach, they're going to try and start things onto Excalibur. Immediately, Mike's at a false promise comes out of the Death Prophet. Symmetrical trying to run over the back lines. They're keeping Excalibur alive, back up to full HP off the back of that. In fact, the Lycan's in trouble. Symmetrical will die as they'll finish off this melee Rax. Radix diving in under the tier 4s to kill off Tanner as well. They get the objective. Are they able to back off? I mean, they want to stick around for the range Rax as well by the looks of it. They know with Tanner and Symmetrical down, a defense is pretty much impossible for into the breach right now. So Team Bolt, they get exactly what they needed to do here. Coma's trying to jump as well. My goodness, he went for it, and well, he didn't get it. He did not get it at all. And LeBron also dead. And, well, they don't only get a set of racks, they also get a fair few kills. Radix playing around with Dantic as low HP as he is. They'll lose the Aegis, but they get the team wipe into the breach. They decide to give Team Bold a little bit of a bonus off the back of losing their racks.
And I don't think Radix minds losing that Aegis that much. He was almost out of mana. He just wants to push. So he's straight back up with Flamethrower.
Tanner.
Oh, that is not going to go well for Tanner. He has X so that he can miss the second hook.
Well, I think any chance of into the breach holding and turning it around might have just been thrown away there in the last minute of play. As Team Bold, I think this is all set for them to clean up as quickly and smoothly as they had planned initially.
At least he was a bully in high school, so that was... he put all his skill points into that, and not so much into accuracy.
I see what they can get.
Good damage from both teams, really.
I was going to say, Coma's got to be careful there. Oh, he's right up dead again. All right, well, I think they may just be able to close it up then with a Dantic and Coma out, no buyback. Team Bold, they did it well. They had to hit the timing there with that Aegis, and they really did. Taking the mid-racks, taking huge back-to-back fights. Still sticking around, of course. I mean, once they see the 2 cores not coming back into play, they've got no reason to go away. And Radix, as we saw, perfect choice to to build up with the Aegis and the Shard. He really got the job done with that Roach pickup.
Yeah, and I think the single strongest item pickup here is that Axe on the Bristle, right? In that long engage we had in mid, Gork, I think, got max stacks of goo on like 4 or 5 heroes.
Yeah.
And they're just constantly being whittled away at with Quills, with the EP ulti, with Chakrams, just random spread damage non-stop. It just becomes overwhelming. This is the second lane of Barracks. They can't fight without their Kunkka. They might try, but really, you know, when you see this unfold, we're kind of questioning this Manta from PA. I don't really know what it is.
If that was a BKB
really
when he jumped in early, he probably would have killed a fair few heroes.
Maybe, or if it's a Deso, right? Like maybe he has what it takes to find this kill on Bristle or find this kill on the Timber when he's committing for it, but the Manta just is in really bad value in terms of damage per gold. So you want the Dispel from it to pay off in a big way, and it just doesn't in this situation here. Getting a little bit of a replay from the second hook shot. I think he's trying to hit a neutral camp there to get out maybe, but well, he does farm some shards. If only that worked in lobbies, but obviously the tips are purely cosmetic.
I mean, that was just a whole sort of rough set of actions there from Into the Breach. They could have absolutely, just let that mid-Brax go. Coma doesn't jump in, they don't try and fight. Then suddenly they're not losing 2 team fights back-to-back, and they're not losing the second set of racks as well. But
it's easy to understand that they're getting desperate, right? Like their house is on fire, and they're trying
they feel pressured.
They find the tiniest little bucket of water that they have, but the fire's already a little bit too rampant there, right? Bork will get cleaved for 5% of his health. This feels like an all-in play onto the Oracle. They really need to get this kill.
I mean, Ixon's going to be able to get the false promise off. It's not happening anymore. Into the Breach, they've got to run.
Oh, he even gets a root on Lycan.
They do get a good grip onto Excalibur. Have they got the damage? They don't. Excalibur's able to get the BKB off, and now they're ready for the turnaround. As Into the Breach, they've got to run, but they can't. Shanna dies at the front of it all. Advantage have to split off to the side. They're running down Ixon. They will be able to kill off that Oracle. But can they get themselves away to safety? Coma tries to TP out, but they've got a stun at the ready. Pablo puts a stop to Coma's attempted escape as this PA out of the game for a minute. Team Bold, another easy fight for them to take, and in position to push down and ready to threaten the third final set of racks, and almost certainly the game here.
No, if you're spending 15 seconds on your position 1 and 3 to kill the 5 Oracle with 1 Ghost Scepter in the backline, yeah, you know you're in trouble. If it takes that long to execute that one move, and the rest of the heroes just couldn't get through the front wall, right? So, yeah, looks like that's all, folks. Unless they can somehow pull out a miraculous defense here without their PA. 20 seconds is too long to wait. That's Mega Creeps. They have to fight 4v5 right now. Rajix is playing 1v4. How about that? They can't do anything about it.
It's, as you said, this is something that you can expect to happen when you let Rajix get his Timber.
Well, especially if you don't solve it. You can let him get his best hero, that's okay, but I'm not really feeling the counters here. Lotus.
They're going to try and throw everything at Rajix here.
He has Hex for PA.
And bring it in low.
He didn't use his Hex.
And that's that.
He forgot he had it?
He's dead. Out for a minute. Gorn beating them back to the fountain here. As Into the Breach, they've got nothing left to hold with.
More like into the base.
Hey. There we have it. GG is called.
Sometimes I hate myself, but then I remember when I make an anti-joke like that. I don't know where I'm going with this. Anyway, yeah, that was a beat down.
That really was. Yeah.
In all fairness, though, given the draft, given the cards that Into the Breach had in their hand there, I think they kind of, for the most part, that game, I think they did an admirable job at playing what they needed to do. But I mean, it was still that one timing, right? Roche number 2, go high ground, you have all the items. You build up to that moment for